It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
69 degrees right now. Going to be hot.
Oh, steamy.
87 degrees. Could be touching 90 depending on where you are. Sunny all day long. And then tomorrow and Saturday, the rains come. But it's still going to be hot. I never understood how it can be
hot
rainy.
Rain?
Yeah. Sounds like a crappy jazz band that you used to make me watch with you when I was like 15. Hey, want to go see Hot Rain at Tabublio's?
Tabubio.
Stupid, crappy bars you used to make me go to. So if you're watching the live stream, you may be wondering what Tommy's holding in his hand.
Yeah.
That is a zucchini.
It's a massive
It's a
zucchini.
giant zucchini.
This is the biggest zucchini I've ever seen.
That zucchini, Kimmy, came from the Duffy family farms in
Oh.
Henrietta.
Man, she's got the touch.
Man,
Like, I don't know.
you guys need to move out into a farm somewhere.
Shut up, Kimmy, because that's what my wife. We could go build a house on farmland and we could be farmers.
With
I think
zucchinis
she'd
like
be
this?
good at it.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, but what
You'd
is
be
it?
a billionaire. You'd be a billionaire.
What does a zucchini like that cost at the store? Like $2?
Are you kidding me?
I don't know. Honestly, don't know.
So I think they're about, let's say they're $1.50 a pound.
Okay.
You're looking at a solid $3.
So you're a big zucchini fan.
Love it.
And my wife grows everything she can. Like if somebody says the name of a plant, she runs out and she plants the stuff, and then
She's
she
growing
grows.
tobacco and sugar cane.
Yeah, she's doing. She just wants to see what she can grow, right? Because the debate was, what do we do with the tobacco when it grows? I was like, well, why do we make homemade Duffy cigars and hand them to Tommy? But there's probably some law against that,
Probably.
right? So we'll just not tell you we're
Right.
doing that from this point forward. But you said you like zucchini, so I'm like, oh, I'll get you some zucchini. So I brought a couple of zucchinis in. I didn't know that was a big zucchini.
This is like three normal
thing's
zucchinis.
huge.
Okay.
And you brought me 3 of these.
Yes.
So you basically gave me 9 zucchinis.
Okay. So here's what I'm trying to
Well,
figure.
you talk about your zucchini grilling all the time.
I love it.
So you'll go through it more than anybody.
Yeah.
All right, so Kimmy, here's what I'm trying to figure out. Because it is now that time of year. It's harvest season in Rochester.
Oh, yeah.
And we
Come in.
know that between the old school Italians and the folks that got into like home farming during
Right.
COVID, right? There are a lot of people that have veggies coming up. And Kimmy, you can attest that when people have their gardens, all of a sudden they have lots of vegetables that they start to try and push on other people.
They don't want them to go to waste. It's way too much for them and their family, I guess. So yeah, if you're a neighbor of people who do this, if you're friends and family, you're gonna get some zucchinis.
Tomatoes are the biggest thing.
Tomatoes, any of that stuff.
Okay, but like there are a lot of times, and I know you two are guilty of this, where you'll be handed vegetables that you don't really want, but you don't know how to.
You can't refuse them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out here.
What's that?
Well, you mentioned the zucchini thing, so I went home and I was like, Tommy likes zucchini, and then here are the zucchinis, right? If I grew that zucchini, I get the feeling you'd look me in the face and be like, I don't want your stupid zucchini. But the fact that my wife grew these zucchinis, you can't say that.
What do you mean? But you know I love zucchini.
No, but that's not the question.
If you grew the zucchini, I would question the zucchini.
What?
yes.
Wait, what? Like,
Because you don't do this.
What do you mean?
You're not a gardener. You don't like outside.
I don't like outside.
So I would question how you grew a zucchini of this magnitude
Well,
with
how
no
did he
gardening
fake
skills.
it, though, other than went out and bought it?
Yeah, Right.
I mean,
yeah.
are you suspicious of the
You
zucchini?
can't buy this zucchini.
Shut up!
You cannot-
Stop kissing my wife's ass with the zucchini.
Well, go to Wegmans, go
Kissing
to
my
Tops,
wife's zucchini ass.
go look at the size of the zucchinis. They're
Okay.
not even close to
Okay.
this.
Yeah, it's a great zucchini. My wife is fantastic at gardening.
This
and I
thing's
appreciate the
heavy.
call. Okay, like you are.
You can work out with this
You're being
goddamn
such
thing.
a brown nose ass bitch. Stop that
And
right
3.
now.
And 2.
You can see Tommy working a zucchini live on our live stream at Odyssey, the Odyssey at WCMF.com,
a
YouTube, and
weapon.
Twitch. The break room WCMF.
It's the size of like an artillery shell.
No, I mean it is like your entire abdomen is the size of that zucchini.
Yeah, look at the size of that.
Stop putting the zucchini on your penis.
No, I'm just trying to give you a size of like compared to like the rest of my body.
Like I knew, Kimmy, it was only a matter of time before this grown man
Based on the placement of where he's holding it.
started using the giant zucchini as a penis, a zucchini, if you will. No, what I'm saying is, if this wasn't my wife giving you the zucchini, you'd be like, I don't want these effing zucchinis. Like, I want to know what you're gonna say to your wife when you walk through the door. Like, is it gonna be, hey, look at these great zucchinis, or we got stuck with these effing zucchinis?
No, I'm cooking this thing up today.
Okay, what
It's
about,
going-
what
all
about
of
the
them.
other 2 zucchini? You're gonna cook all the zucchini. You don't
Yeah.
have enough zucchini stomach to eat all that zucchini.
I stretch it out over a few days. I'm gonna bake this thing up.
252 WCMF. What do you do with unwanted vegetables? Because this has happened to us, right?
Yeah.
Before my wife really got into the home gardening thing. I feel bad when they go bad. Because like a lot of the
And
time.
it will go bad,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
Oh, you're going to let them go bad?
No,
That's what you just said.
no, but you guys probably don't eat all the vegetables.
No, I mean, like, if you have the home garden,
Yeah.
there is this panic when everything shows up.
Because it all shows up at once.
You got it. Right? Like, we have to do something with it. So, like, every night this week, my wife has been cutting up zucchini and baking it.
Yeah, then you have it all week. Right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
right? But, like, there's always some left over. And, like, zucchini after a day in the fridge is no bueno.
No, it'll hold for about 2 or 3 days.
No,
Really?
after you bake it?
Yeah.
But it's like a
But you're also not a vegetable person, which is
I
weird
eat salads
because
every
no,
effing
but that's
day.
all you eat. You don't like a lot of vegetables.
You can tell me what I like and don't like?
All right, so what else besides salad?
Yeah.
What other vegetable do you eat
Vegetable.
vegetable do you eat on a daily
Well,
basis?
nothing on a daily basis, but vegetable. I like cauliflower. I'll eat cauliflower.
So you probably have
Just
that like
plain?
2-3 times a week? No.
Okay, are you trying to
Zero.
vegetable shame me right now? Well, you got one giant zucchini that came from my ass, and you're gonna. That's how
I
she grows
knew
it, by
it.
the way. How do you think it's so big?
Compost ass.
Where do those seeds start, buddy? You know that coffee that they put through like what is
cat?
it? Yeah, and then
Yeah.
they pick out the beans.
The Teddy coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enjoy your zucchini.
This is a Teddy zucchini?
252 WCMF 2529263. There's also like there are the standards. Will you stop playing with the zucchini?
I'm just trying to see how it's as long as my forearm and hand.
But you got baby forearms and hands.
Apparently.
You're like a T-Rex. Like the standard stuff that people will grow here in Rochester. You brought up the tomatoes.
Yeah.
Zucchini's a standard. For some reason, corn.
Yeah, so my uncle used to grow corn all the time in Queens. Queens corn. Don't ask for it by name. But yeah, he used to grow corn. And didn't your old man grow corn?
Yeah.
My dad had
I
stalks of corn in the backyard.
Which your old man doesn't come across as a gardener either.
My dad
No.
loved it. Like
Yeah.
the weird thing about it is you would think that my old man and my wife don't have a lot in common, which would be true. But when they get together, they talk about gardening.
Because
They have a
you-
lot
you-
of hobbies in common.
Yeah.
But your old man doesn't look like a patient guy. He's
Nope.
a loud guy.
Yep.
He's a type A.
Yep.
Most people that garden are, low key.
I don't know what to tell you. Like we
Yeah.
had in our backyard in Gates, like we had two separate, like I guess patches of land. He would rent like a rototiller, put
Yeah.
it together. We had the tomatoes and the potatoes and the
I
corn.
mean, it's work. That rototiller like shakes you to death.
You know, I mean, he only did it like 2 or 3 summers because
Yeah.
then I think he realized how much work it
Yeah.
was. It was much like every year, all the outside stuff in our house had a 2 to 3 year window. Like gardening, okay, I'm done with it. Above ground pool, okay, 3 years later now
His
it's green.
kids.
Yeah.
So my old man would garden because he was Sicilian. But he had no patience for it. He was a type A. He would get so impatient, you know what I mean? And then he ended up hating the goddamn thing. So I remember like one year he got so sick of it, he just plowed it under, man. Like it was like the Union Army coming south. And now none of you can eat.
Well, like here's what I don't get, right? Like my wife tells me that her plants in her garden, it's her meditation.
Yeah, it's like her
Her piece.
stress relief.
Yeah.
But she also gets the most frustrated at
Yes.
the garden than she does at anything.
Well, she's doing a good job, obviously.
Okay, but like the stuff that tries to like eat the garden,
Yeah.
the watering of the garden, the stuff that comes up and it's not what she wanted. Like there was, she bought three. We talked about this on the air. She bought 3 tiny organic apple trees that she was going to grow from itty bitty, right?
Yeah.
And they were going to be like the legacy of our family in this backyard. She had this romantic ideas, and one of the apple trees last summer fell over.
Okay. It died.
In the wind. Well,
Oh, no, you
the
got toppled
wind took it
over.
down, and then she couldn't get it back up. And she was crying. Like, it was like a legitimate emotional
Like
thing.
a death?
I didn't know what to do because she's like emotional about the tree, and I'm like, it's okay about the tree, right? So, like,
Yeah.
if it's a stress reliever for you, why are you always stressed out about the garden and the plants?
That's a good call.
I don't get it.
But is your wife a type A or a type B? Because being a doctor, I would think you almost have to be a type A.
I think she's more laid back. If one was a type A and
Right.
the other was type B, I would be the type A.
But she's also a doctor, which means she likes to control things.
You
You don't always have to be. You're a doctor.
Yeah.
You're a scientist. You're trying to like.
She's
You
stubborn.
got to be
Control.
pretty
Yeah.
driven to get there.
You're
Right.
right. You're right. But I think like there's a difference between like you and I being the personalities.
The
that
way
we
you
are.
live your life, kind of.
No, what I mean is like we are impulsive.
Yes.
Which you can't be. I
No.
think as a dermatologist,
No.
like she sits back and observes and then takes in the information and then makes a decision.
Right.
Whereas we're like go,
Yeah.
and we make stupid decisions.
We do.
252 WCMF. My wife is now unloading vegetables to all of our friends and family. Tommy has the world's largest zucchini that he keeps using as a penis on a live stream. And now you're sticking it near your nose.
Like a cigar.
After you were using it as a penis.
No, it's like a cigar.
Okay. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dominic. Hey, Dominic, how are you, buddy?
Every Dominic grows zucchini.
You know, I'm an Italian. What do you expect?
What's up, bud?
No, I was gonna say, Duff, you got to do things on a timeline, like, because obviously the vegetables aren't gonna last long. So you make meals out of them that'll go quick. Like your zucchini, you start one day with like making zoodles, then your next day maybe you slice them up, fry them up, bread them, do something like that, or you could start jarring and pickling them.
Wait, pickled zucchini?
It is amazing how
Wait, you've
creative
never had
people get
pickled
with their
zucchini?
vegetables.
No, I have never had pickled zucchini.
You have not had a pickled zucchini.
I haven't. No, I've never had it.
Why didn't you tell me, man?
Why? What?
I just got into the pickling game.
Get the hell out of
Well,
here.
it's that time of the year, man.
Sure.
Yeah. I'd like to have you experience my pickled zucchini.
Where can I find this pickled zucchini?
Well, I have a kiosk in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Farmer Tommy's Pickled Zucchini from Farm to Your Lips sauce.
Dominic, but like everything you just said with the zucchini, those are all the things you could do with the zucchini. Like zucchini is not a vegetable.
Zucchini bread?
Oh, I do, but it's delicious.
Yeah, you could do zucchini bread. You could make pizza dough out of them. I mean, you literally go on Pinterest and there's 1,000 different dinner recipes you can pull up to do with zucchini. You just got to be a little creative.
All right, Dominic, let me ask you a question. How old are you, buddy?
I'm 38.
All right, 38.
Now, you're an old sounding 38.
Well, he's been growing a long time, working
yeah.
on the farm. Dominic, 15 years ago, did you ever imagine yourself saying the sentence, there's a lot of great recipes for zucchini if you get on Pinterest and check them out?
Absolutely not.
Thank God.
Well, Dominic, thanks for all the zucchini tips, buddy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, take care, guys.
All right, have a good rest of the day. There goes Dominic.
Now, one other thing you can do
Oh, go ahead.
is you can slice them, eat them raw, like chips.
Ah!
Or you can dip them in like hummus.
Raw
stuff like that.
zucchini?
Yeah, I brought them in here before. And I ate
Yes.
them like chips.
Duh.
You like hummus, right?
Yeah.
You slice them up like chips.
No.
Yeah, with the hummus or like ranch dressing.
No, and stop calling them like chips. It's not like chips. Those are chunks of zucchini.
Well, zucchini chip.
No, there's no such thing as a zucchini chip.
Yes, there is.
That's zucchini, just smaller amount of zucchini.
Because I'm going to bring some in tomorrow. I'm going to have some zucchini chips tomorrow. They're going to be delicious.
They're not zucchini chips.
It's just sliced zucchini.
Thank you.
Yes.
Like, no,
Unless like you're baking them or something.
In chip form.
no, you're trying to make it sound like it's something that normal people would eat, when in fact it is not.
A lot of people doing it.
Nobody eats raw zucchini.
Yes, they
Who?
do.
Give
Me.
me
Well, unless like it's I've had it like in a salad, like chopped up in something,
No,
but I don't
wait,
think I've
uncooked?
Yeah.
Ah.
I don't know if I've ever had it though, like just sliced up.
You know
Like I
what?
wouldn't eat it just
I'm going to
without
bring some
anything.
in tomorrow, and you can try
No,
some.
I'm good.
Why? Because I touched it?
No, I
Yeah.
don't think I like zucchini. Like plain.
You're Italian. You're supposed to
I
like
said I like
zucchini.
it in stuff. I've had it in pasta. I've had it in salads. I don't know about it just plain and hummus though.
Yeah, old man wave.
Yeah.
You can put hummus in anything. It's delicious.
Not raw
It is
zucchini.
amazing though. It's when people do start growing their own stuff. It's almost like they force themselves to like it.
You
like,
have to.
We're gonna do everything tomato themed, or we're gonna do everything zucchini themed. Like, all right, you can admit you're sick of the zucchini.
No, but like
it's okay.
but like Dominic said, like I think I'm oblivious to this.
You're
'cause
gonna love the zucchini pizza dough.
That sounds awful. I didn't put the work in. So to me, it's like, okay, I don't want any more zucchini. But if you're someone that did grow this stuff and it was from your hands and all the water
my
and all
God,
the
yeah.
planting and all the work, I kind of understand why you
The
want
accomplishment.
Yes, everything that comes out of that ground you want to eat.
They're
Because
like your children.
Yeah.
Go eat your children. Bake your children.
Are you a green bean guy? Because we got a lot of green beans too.
I like green beans. But I know you're going to come in here with like a bushel.
I know.
Bro, like you saw my house. My entire house has been overtaken by green beans.
It's front to back, man. Like I told you, your dog. I watched your dog disappear into the front yard.
Yeah, it's like I get caught. My wife has a rose bush out front that she's been growing since we bought the house.
That'll hurt.
It keeps shooting. What do you call those branches
Yeah,
out
limbs.
into the walkway?
Yeah.
And 3 times in the last 6 months, walking out of the house, I've caught myself
Got
on a
battle
rose
wounds.
branch. Like, it hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts. And my wife's like, he, and I'm like, stop it, please. Like it's out of control.
You must. Do you have like a lot of like bugs around the house, like mosquitoes and stuff?
Not mosquitoes.
surprised.
No.
Because with all that stuff brings all the bugs.
Well, she does everything she can to attract bees
Yeah, I don't want
I don't know
that.
if that
Wait,
is-
she wants
because
bees?
they have to pollinate all the plants.
Yeah, it's good
Yeah,
for
I don't
your
want that.
garden.
The bees don't bother us. It's the wasps.
Wasps hurt.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Put that on a
Wasps
t-shirt.
hurt.
Sell the rock shop.
A wasp will F you up.
Well, you know what I heard?
What's that?
Go through like 7 engine blocks.
Oh, they will.
Once you see one, it's already too late.
Snap when they sting.
All right, so I don't know how much longer I'll be on the air until my wife decides we're going to open Duffy Family Farms out in Henrietta and make a solid $7 a week.
She should put a stand out front.
No, shut up.
You know,
why not?
Shut up. Shut up.
I mean, just to get rid of them. You
Right.
wouldn't even have to charge anything.
live on a
That's a great
cul-de-sac.
idea.
It would be. I will say I've never seen a farmer's market in a like
Neighborhood.
Yeah.
Because nobody
in your
drives by
standard
our
neighborhood.
house.
Yeah, but the neighbors would come by. Like if my neighbor had like a lot of vegetables out there for free, and I'm making a salad or something, I'd walk down there and get a fresh tomato.
Did you just say I would take free vegetables from my... Of course, who wouldn't do that?
No, but I'm saying it would be a nice gesture for the
I
neighborhood.
don't want to... No, I don't need my neighbors coming up and taking free vegetables. Because all of a sudden my bike's going to go missing. Oh, I thought that was free too. Oh, you weren't doing a free tomato and bike stand? We got a dynamite, no free tomatoes. Got to break them for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
We already really started bitching it out.
Yeah. Well, you're being a bitch with your giant ass bitch zucchini. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. And this would change the way we live on a daily basis.
Oh,
like
good or
legitimately.
bad?
And well, that's the point. That's the question.
All right.
Because for years and years and years, and we've all been in this scenario, right? Like you have a bill that has come due and it's a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and you need to get that bill paid. The only problem is you don't get paid till Friday.
Yeah.
Right? If you get paid weekly or bi-weekly, there's a reason that happens, and it's historical, and we'll talk about that. But there is now legislation
Really?
in the federal government that wants to give you the ability to get your money every single day if you want it. And the argument is it keeps people from falling into predatory...
Financial pit.
You got it.
Right.
But like I said, there's a reason why we get paid the way we do now. And it might be the reason why this is a bad idea.
Okay.
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
What's up?
There is a woman that has gone viral on TikTok, and she's talking about her relationship with her husband and the things she refuses to do for him.
Oh.
No, not
You
sexual.
don't like that.
Not sexual.
Oh, it's a non-sexual thing she refuses to do for him.
Well, look, I mean, when
Is it
you're...
a normal thing or is it a weird thing?
I'm going to let you decide because
All
when
right.
you're in a relationship, there are things that you will do for each other just because
Yeah.
it feels right. Apparently not for this woman.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. When you're in a relationship with someone, there are things you start to do for each other.
Okay.
It almost becomes like second nature. And there are times in that relationship where maybe you get frustrated that you feel like you're carrying more of the load than the other person is, or vice versa. But to stop doing those things would feel like you're not in that relationship anymore.
Yeah, it may be a game changer, I guess.
This woman disagrees because she went viral yesterday
Yeah.
over the things she refuses to do for the man that she's spending the rest of her life with.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45, the state of New York made a shocking announcement yesterday.
Oh, they shocked us with.
They shocked us with the amount of these places that they shut down. And the fact, Kimmy, that this many of these places were in operation.
Yeah, still.
Despite the fact that the state was like, look, if you keep doing this, there's going to be serious trouble.
Oh, boy.
We'll get to the whole story just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. All right, so like we said, this woman here has things she is now refusing to do for her husband. And your mind went right to sex.
Well, yeah, because everything they have to do for sex sucks.
Both literally and
Oh,
figuratively.
you know that right.
This has nothing to do with sex.
Okay.
This has to do with regular everyday things. For example, one of the first things this woman says she refuses to do for her husband around the house.
So here's a list of things that I don't do for my husband. You all know, I don't do his laundry. He can do that himself. I do my laundry and we do the kids' laundry, but he does his own. I don't cook dinner. He cooks dinner every single night. I do breakfast and lunch for us and our kids.
Okay,
All right.
so let's start with those first two. She refuses to do his laundry.
Right.
Why?
I guess because she's doing all the other laundry. Did she say they do the other laundry together?
She said they'll, like, one or the other will do the kids' laundry. Why
So
would
they
you
do separate laundry.
Why would you not just throw his laundry?
But she also doesn't say, does he end up doing her laundry?
No, she says, I do my laundry.
Okay.
He does his laundry. We'll do the kids' laundry.
All right.
Why?
Well, I do find just in our house, my husband does a lot more laundry than I do. He will wash his clothes like every other day because he goes through so many clothes. Like I just don't go through clothes that fast.
So is that a guy thing? Because I do a lot more
yeah,
laundry
like
too.
he ends up like he always has stuff in the dryer.
So, like, my wife does, like, the sheets and the towels, but we each do our own individual laundry.
Yeah.
So then is that a common? Because I'll do my own laundry too, but I made a conscious decision to do
my
that.
husband's also really picky about things being dry. Like you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, you can't shrink
know
when you're
your
that
own
size.
you know your own clothes and what can be dried and what can't. So maybe that's also part of it.
But see, here's the thing. In all three of these discussions, like with us three, we have made the decision
Yeah.
to do our own laundry.
She's copping out.
Exactly. She is refusing to
Right.
do the laundry. She then says she refuses to make him dinner. He makes dinner. She makes breakfast and lunch. She then goes on to say she'll make the kids lunch. He can figure out what he wants for lunch. She won't make him lunch.
Right. Yeah. She's kind of a...
Okay, we're not done. Before we
What
reserve
gets
comment.
worse?
Well, it gets worse than that. This is more things she refuses to do for her husband.
I don't pack him a lunch. If he's hungry, he'll figure out what he's going to eat for lunch the same way that I do.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just brought that one up. So he's handling his own lunch every single day.
All right.
Kimmy, can we get the third, what she refuses to do for her husband?
I don't make his doctor's appointments because guess what? He's not making mine. Would it be kind of me to do that? For sure. Is it my job? Absolutely not.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
All right. She sounds like a load of laughs.
But she's your wife, not your mom.
Okay, all right. Have you ever made an appointment for your husband?
No.
Never?
No.
Never?
No. We go to separate doctors, separate.
I understand.
I don't even know if. Yeah, no.
Has your wife ever made an appointment for you?
No.
Never?
No, but you got to understand,
You're
we
married
came...
to a doctor.
But you also have to understand, we came together late in life.
Yeah.
So we haven't been married for 40 years, so I can't say if we had met 40 years ago that she would make the appointments. But I always had to do it on my own anyway.
And don't they like kind of get weird about if you're not the actual person?
No, you can sign a piece of paper.
Oh.
But
Trust me, I know.
But my mother did, my mother did everything
Yeah.
for my father, like that kind of stuff.
Okay, you're not helping my argument.
Yeah, my mom did the same thing.
Yeah.
She was always the appointment maker.
Now, here's the thing. And again, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I'm not trying to sound like this is this woman's obligation.
But
Yeah.
she sounds kind of blunt about it, though.
It's
Like,
so-
she's almost like,
You
hey,
just don't like the way she's saying it.
well, you're a big boy. Like, she's belittling him into doing it. Like, he's old enough to do his own laundry. It's his responsibility.
Everything you're saying is
saying
true.
Yeah.
But she's kind of come across as a
He's a
sea
big
bag.
boy.
Here's what, okay.
He
It's
can
gotta-
do it himself.
It's got some C to it.
Okay.
Could you agree?
No.
A little whiff.
You just
of
don't like
C.
being. You're just having a tough time
Stop it.
hearing her say it.
Well, it's her. You know what? I've been told this a lot. It's her tone. Y'all
Oh
tone
my
our ass
God.
all the time.
Y'all tone our ass?
She's got tone mouth.
You're having an argument with a woman that's not even talking to you.
I know, but she got tone mouth.
No, here's my problem.
She's sassing.
If this dude was like, do these things for me, and she
Right.
said no, that makes perfect
Right,
sense,
right.
It's the idea that she refuses to do it
Right.
because like there are
Well,
things
here's
like
the
I will do my wife's laundry every once in a while when it shows up
Yeah.
because like it's just a nice thing to do.
Yeah.
If my wife needs me to call to set something up for her or make an appointment, I will do that for
Right.
her because I'm her husband. I find it weird that you would draw a line and say I refuse to
I
do
guess
this.
It's like
Because
a
I could
union
see-
shop. Hey, I don't pick that up.
But I could see if you do it once, it just kind of becomes a habit, and then you're kind of stuck doing it. And to your point earlier, if you stop doing it, then you really look like somebody who doesn't care. You know, like if you start down a road where you just start doing it for somebody and they get used to it, and now it's a routine and it's hard to break.
Okay, but like, so then your argument is don't ever do anything for your spouse because if you start and stop, you look like a bad partner?
No, I understand like if you do it, if they ask you to do it, but I can also see how that would spiral quickly. I don't know.
Do we have any more?
Yes.
Hold on. 252 WCMF,
Yeah,
252 9263. Again, there were 10 of these things. I just had Kimmy grab a handful. We're talking about this woman. She went viral on TikTok yesterday listing the things she refuses to do for her husband. She says she refuses to do his laundry. She does hers. He does his. They do the kids together. She refuses to make him lunch or dinner. He makes the dinner. She makes breakfast. And if whatever he's going to find for lunch, he can do that for himself. And the third one was she refuses to make any appointments for him. She says he's a big boy. And everything she says is true.
Yeah.
It's just strange that at some point in your relationship, you wouldn't want to do that for
Right.
them.
She sounds fed up.
I mean, unless there's something we don't know about this relationship where he
Yeah.
she doesn't mention that, like where he used up all of his goodwill and I won't
No.
do this anymore. Can we get to the fourth thing that she said there? Thank you, Kimmy.
I don't schedule his haircuts. I don't pack his clothes for vacation. Right? I don't do those things. I don't buy him new underwear when it's got holes in it. All of those are things that he's a grown man and he can do himself.
I don't get that.
Hey, you know what he'd also be at this point? Single.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, I guess I don't do any of those things either because there are things that we like to do ourselves. Like, obviously, he's super picky about his underwear.
Fine.
I would not dream of buying him
At least somebody
underwear.
is in that house. Well, I'll go with these.
Why is that creepy?
Yeah, that's kind of creepy, but also funny.
Yeah, like I wouldn't pack for him on vacation. Like
But-
he likes his own stuff.
But let's say you had kids.
Yeah.
Let's say you had two little ones.
But
like
then
Pat.
you're kind of focused on the kids. I would understand packing for the kids. He's not a kid.
I don't know.
But you would have less time to do those things.
Yeah.
I guess like to
Right, right, right.
individually go off on your old man might not have enough time to pack.
Look, I agree with Kimmy. I don't want my wife buying my underwear. I don't want my wife packing for me on a trip, right? Because everything will have a collar on it,
Yeah.
right? Like, fine. It's, again, just the...
She won't
I
do it.
will not. I
Right.
refuse to do these things. You're a big boy. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm getting yelled at listening to
Yeah.
this woman talk about her husband.
She sounds unlovable.
Okay, why do you take it too far every time?
I mean, I don't have a right to my feelings.
Well, no, you don't know
In
the
this
woman.
fake relationship?
You don't know the woman.
Oh, I think I'm getting to know her pretty good. And by the way, that attitude, and you're not going to like this either, my friend.
So don't say it.
She takes that attitude into the bedroom too.
Why?
That's a good. Ask
no,
her.
I'm asking
Ask
you
her
why you would say that out loud.
Because that attitude bleeds into the bedroom.
For God's sakes, look, okay, I'm going to talk to Kimmy now because you're unbelievable. I guess, here's what I want you to do.
Right.
I want you to imagine, you're not Kimmy. I want you to imagine that's her husband making this video. And her husband is saying, I refuse to do laundry, and I refuse to do her laundry, and I refuse to make her lunch, and I refuse to pack her stuff. That would sound so
Abusive.
much worse.
It would sound abusive.
Okay, maybe not abusive.
Well,
Again,
but-
too far.
but
Immediately too far.
But
and
that's
you know
just-
what? That shows up in the bedroom too.
But I guess like because women for so long have traditionally done those things,
The
you know what I
ED
mean?
effect.
Like for a long time they were homemakers, and it's kind of like breaking that cycle. Like, I don't have to do that. Obviously, as a man, you're not expected to do those things. It's a different. It would be different for you to come out and say, well, I'm not doing them. Well, nobody expected you to do that. You haven't had to do that for decades and decades and decades. You know what I mean?
Look, I understand the
Like,
idea.
it just sounds different because of the traditional roles in the house.
Okay, I get that. I get that on a.
It sounds like you're being a dick.
I
Like,
get
okay,
that.
nobody told you to do that.
But I get that on a grand scale.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, in every relationship, like we said, you have roles, and there are things that you will do that traditionally your father or grandfather didn't do,
Yeah,
right?
my old
Like,
man didn't do squat.
Look, fine, on a grand scheme of things, for women in general, general to say I shouldn't have to do my husband's laundry and I shouldn't have to make this appointment. Absolutely. No one's going to argue that. But why am I paying for the sins of my father and grandfather because of something that happened years ago? We're doing this together. We're pulling the same rope. That's what bothers me.
She kind of is saying we're doing it together.
What did she say they do together?
No, my point is, but she's saying I shouldn't have to do your stuff.
But she's like,
you know what I mean? She's not saying that she doesn't do anything. She's just saying, like, you handle your stuff, I'll handle mine.
But that's not a relationship.
Right. She's saying, I'm not going to do it.
Right.
Not like, you should do it. I ain't doing it.
Right.
That's his point, I think.
She's established.
Okay, now I'm gonna make a face.
I know. Be careful.
Where you're going.
Right.
This is what happens every time.
Don't say this is his point, and then you say the most horrific possible thing.
I'm just saying it sounds like she's refusing to do it, not like, to your point, like, hey, if I get jammed up here, can you do this? She's like, no. You'll figure it out when you figure it out, but I'm not doing it at all.
I think she's saying it's not her responsibility.
Yes. Okay,
is
fine.
what she's saying.
She's not a nice lady.
252 WC. No.
She's a horrible, horrible woman.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Steve. Hey, Stevie, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Great.
I wanted to thank Tommy for I had forgotten what the perfume was that my ex-wife used to wear.
Know where this is going. See you, Steve. You did this.
I want to hear what that perfume is.
Facebook messages coming in.
I didn't know they made a perfume for ex-wives.
You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Megan. Megan said, Kimmy is right. She shouldn't have to do any of these things. She's just saying out loud what every woman is thinking. I don't want to do your laundry. I don't want to make you lunch every day. I don't want to make your appointments. Okay. All right, I think we're having two separate discussions here, and that's fine. I understand it. Again, on the grand scheme of things, I would never walk in the house and say to my wife, where's my dinner? I would never wake up in the morning and say, how dare you not wash my underwear, or why didn't you pack my bag for me? But if I also, in a moment, said, hey, honey, can you schedule this appointment for me, or can you cover dinner tonight? I'm busy, and she were to say no.
That would be weird.
It's not a relationship.
Right,
That's all I'm saying.
You're leaving me hanging.
That's all I'm saying. 252 WCMF 2529263. I'm not going anywhere near the phones from this point on, because the second you open your mouth, all of a sudden here come these. Yeah, and another thing. The second they started voting is when this one went to hell. Susan B. Anthony, Susan B. ruining things. Like, you can't have a
Should we be worried that just came out so smoothly out of your mouth?
It's a pretty funny joke, though. Is it not funny? No, look, I mean, I just. Like, you make it impossible to have a nuanced discussion about what being in a relationship is.
I think I handled it quite well.
Yeah, you nailed it. No, there's lots of guys on the phone that want to talk to you. Once you had, I'm sure there could be T-shirts made and marches performed. Let's take a break. Right. Kimmy, were you surprised to see this many shops had been operating in the last couple of months?
No, because there have been a few that I know exist that I know are still doing their thing. So if those ones haven't closed up shop yet, it makes me feel like there have to be more out there.
Okay. The state of New York's puffing out their chest, and I guess they should with this number. It's a very impressive number.
Yeah.
And when we put into context how many of these they shut down, your jaw might drop.
So I thought that number almost looks national.
No, this is statewide.
I know.
I mean,
so where were all of these joints?
Well, bro, where are these pot shops? There were a ton here in Rochester. And I guess now you wonder, one, what the hell were these people thinking waiting this long? Because they were given a heads up. Yeah. But more importantly, with these things out of business, is it making it now financially viable for these ones that are legal to operate? And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. They say you can't fight City Hall.
Yeah, you can't.
No, you can't.
You can't.
That's the story's proof of it. But in this case, City Hall gave these people that are being charged every opportunity to get away with what they were doing.
Yeah.
They were warned over and over again that what they were still doing could get them busted, which makes the number of people who were still allegedly caught doing this even more astounding.
Yeah, it's a huge number. Like, I want to know where all these places... It doesn't even make sense.
Well, what doesn't make sense about it?
Like, the amount of places they say existed. Like, how many were in each, like, square mile?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Bitch it out, buddy.
Sorry, we got a Bitch Boys Theater coming for you. And how would you like to have access to the money you earned at your job at the end of every single day?
Nice.
One new federal law that's being proposed could do just that. And you think it's a terrible idea.
Of course it is.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock. Don't forget, you can get your chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000.
Download the free Odyssey app. Log on. Listen to 96.5 WCMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday. Get your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from your friends on CMF. Last year, the state of New York went on a mission to shut down illegal marijuana dispensaries. And now that the licensed places are up and running, the state says the effort to protect consumers and the folks who went through the process the right way has caused them to close an unbelievable amount of unlicensed shops.
Yes.
Yesterday, the state announced since May of last year, they've shut down over 1,000 illegal cannabis shops across the state. There were 1,000 illegal shops, unlicensed, operating at the same time that the state shuttered.
Yeah.
To put that number into perspective, right now, the state has 152 licensed legal shops operating across the state.
Leginsky.
Yeah. Which means almost 10 times the amount of illegal shops we're selling as opposed to the places that have license.
Because if you told me there was 100 illegal shops in New York City, all 5 boroughs, that sounds like a lot. But that's not even close to what was actually going on.
Yeah.
Were there 100 illegal shops operating in Rochester at
Yeah,
one
you would
point?
almost
Probably.
have to just make that number work.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't think it's out of the question that there were 100 places that were illegally selling.
Yeah.
But that means they're all over the joint. They all couldn't be downtown. They all couldn't be in Henrietta.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that suburbs had shops selling marijuana illegally?
But what shop?
Could you sound like more of a Pittsburgh
They weren't all
ass
in the city.
bitch?
The
Oh,
gas
so
station
they-
selling
I mean,
weed?
Yes.
to his point, like they
Which
weren't
one?
all obvious. I don't think they were all like the most obvious little smoke shops. You
That's
know
what
what
I'm
I mean?
saying.
Like,
So what would those shops be?
Some of them were head shops that were selling
Yeah.
stuff. Some of them were, like you said, gas stations or bodegas that were also selling stuff.
Okay, but bodegas are mostly in the city.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah, okay,
Right.
gas stations were. There were gas stations doing it.
All right.
Do you really not think
No, I didn't
that
realize.
every suburb had multiple shops
No.
that were selling
I
I
mean,
marijuana?
we
didn't
knew
think so.
quite a few in Greece that were getting shut down.
Greece, I kind of get.
Oh, explain.
Yeah.
That's not why you made it.
Hey.
I don't get it.
I made the hand too.
Okay.
Like that.
He's
See
doing
that?
the piano fingers?
Yeah. Right down Ridge Road. The Green Mile.
You're stupid to think that Pittsburgh didn't have one of these places.
But where would that be?
What are you talking about?
We don't have a lot of those
Well, look, I don't want to say out loud.
shady ass business.
Yes, you do. And I don't want to say out loud because
We got one shade.
there's a couple of places that are still operating that may have been doing that. Who knows?
All right.
Not in my town. How dare you? What makes that number even more astounding, Tommy,
Right.
every single one of those over 1,000 shops that the state shut down for selling pot without a license had a ton of time to close without
yeah.
getting in any trouble.
We've been talking to this for at least 3 years.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we all remember while the state was waiting to open the legal dispensaries, they let the illegal ones operate. Some were operating right out in the open with advertising in the window, and the state did nothing about it. It kind of felt like it was a unnecessary evil. We'll let you do your thing until everything else opens
Yeah.
up. And it wasn't until the state finally let folks with licenses open their doors that they decided to crack down on these illegal shops. And even then, they didn't immediately, Tommy, go in and crack heads.
Yeah.
The state put out a statement saying, close or be raided. They also sent out letters to some of these dispensaries they knew were selling, warning them that they were now on the radar, and they gave them a chance to close up shop before they were raided. Yet despite that, they still shuttered over 1,000 places.
Pretty arrogant.
Yeah.
Think about it. Like, that's real arrogance. You just kept doing it.
Well, I mean, I know
Knowing the man even knows where you're at.
They sent you a letter to your address, man.
We did take a few calls, and obviously, this is just people who know somebody who knows somebody, but they were saying how those places weren't shutting down because they were bringing in so much money that they were, I guess, thinking it was worth the risk.
Okay, but here's what I don't get about that. Like, I get it. You don't want to lose your golden goose, but you also made so much money.
You get out now. Yeah.
So much money, right? And by the way, when they come in and they take your stuff, when they shut you down, they take your stuff and they're looking to get all the money that you sold previously, right? So that money that you had is going to go away.
Yeah, I guess they could probably seize your business, right? To get their coin.
They do everything. Yeah. They do all of it. We saw any marijuana that was taken. What? Why are you making a face?
No, I'm not.
No.
That's just my face.
Any marijuana that was taken, it gets seized by the state. In fact, in the story, they talk about the amount of marijuana. And now I don't have it in front of me now, but it was thousands.
Tons.
Ridiculous amount of marijuana that those people paid a lot of money for to try and resell that they don't have anymore. So how stupid was that?
I know. But, you get the greed going, right? And it's easy money. And you're not taxed.
Yeah, but
it's all under the T.
Okay.
But at this point, I would think it's all over now. You know what I mean? With the way it's been going, you would think eventually you'd have to have an end point.
It would be like getting away with cheating on your wife. Cheating on your wife, hearing the door open, feet coming up the stairs, the knob turning, the door opening, and you being like, all right, hold on, I'm almost there. I'm almost there.
You just described what ended my buddy's marriage.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. The state of New York announced yesterday they have closed over 1,000 illegal pot shops across the state of New York. Over 1,000. Again, to give you perspective, there are only 152 licensed legal shops operating in the state as we speak. Now, I know there were a lot of these illegal places that were in New York City, so maybe that's the bulk of them.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's where all the people are.
But Kimmy,
Long Island.
Again, if they said there were 100 of these shops operating in Rochester,
I think that there were a lot of like I said, some of these were really, really tiny little operations. So I mean, there had to have been
but you went into
a ton of them.
Didn't you?
I did. That's why I'm saying
Her ganja girls. Oh yeah, they were hitting the street.
The ganja girls.
Thank you for smoking some weed.
Did you have T-shirts made? Ganja girls.
It is. I don't know. I'm thinking of one right now that I'm pretty sure is still there. I don't know if they've gotten busted or not, but it's still in business.
So, when you walk into one of those places, because
there were a few right down the road. I think most of those were closed, but honestly, I don't know.
But how do you approach it? If I walked in there, right, and it's not displayed, right? But I know you got it.
Oh no, some of these, and maybe it's different now, but at the time they were all on display.
Or they're right next to the pickled eggs.
It wasn't hard to find.
Eggs. Can I go in and just buy a pickled egg, or do I have to buy pot too?
Because I'm trying to think how nervous I used to be when I was a kid buying dirty magazines at a convenience store, especially if there was a woman behind the counter. Because I'd Slurpee. Give me a Chunky and Club magazine, please.
I thought Chunky was the porn you were describing.
Well, it was also Chunkies and Plumpers.
I couldn't imagine if you walked into one of those little places right now, dressed the way you are, how nervous that kid would be. Oh, no.
I look like a detective.
Yes.
The world's tiniest detective. They call him Pocket Detective. Tonight at 8 on CBS.
No, but now with if you are somebody who's gone to those places, I would imagine the experience you have at one of the legal places that have opened up, you're going to keep going back there just because it's such a better way of doing it. I don't know. There's just so much more of a selection. You know what I mean? Well, I am surprised that people are even still going to those little illegal spots.
It is funny, you bring that up. You remember when they first announced that legal marijuana was coming to New York, and we in the show openly asked if folks who smoked would leave their dealers that they knew for years to go to the dispensaries. And I think
legit.
Yeah, and I think this story, legit or not, would they stop buying from the person they knew? This story answers the question, because 1,000 of these places were able to make money along with the 152 that are operating legally. The final thing we need to know, and maybe we'll get our answer sooner than later, are the legal dispensaries making money?
Oh.
Because they have to buy a state-sanctioned product. All the marijuana that they are buying and selling you is coming from state-sanctioned farms.
So they make it a profit.
Yes, and processors. So that costs money along the way. They're paying for a license, right? They've also been competing with places that haven't had to do all of the things we described.
So overhead and competition.
Are they doing well? Has it been worth it for them? Because the problem is, if the restrictions that the state put on these people are costing them enough money where it's not worth doing the business, well, then you're going to create a vacuum for these places you just raided and shut down to show right back up again.
And they will.
You know what I mean? So I guess support your licensed local pot dealer.
Yes.
Which I think they're all. Are they just in Henrietta still? As far as I know, I think that's the only.
There's not any in this. That one in the city was a pop-up. That's not there anymore.
Yeah, the pop-up's not. I don't think the pop-up's there anymore.
So there's a smoke shop on Monroe Avenue, but I don't know if it's open as a dispensary.
I don't believe it's a dispensary. I know the one.
But it looks like it's ready to be one.
Okay.
Because it's called Magic Smoke.
Okay.
And it's got all the paraphernalia.
Bro.
They've always had names like that.
You do this thing.
But I don't know if I could go in there and get some marijuana.
I don't think that's a licensed
I don't know.
dispensary. No, I'm telling you, I don't think it is. I think Kimmy's right.
So what is it then?
It would be a smoke shop. They sell pipes and
but it looks like he's ready. I'm thinking because it's new.
Well, he might be ready to, but
that's
I don't
what I'm
think
saying.
it's
Is he waiting to get a license?
You are such a square. L7.
Oh, let's talk.
Put it this way:
you don't smoke either.
If you're walking in and there
Jive
isn't,
Jive ass? Is that what you call me?
Jive.
Undercover cop?
Jive with the ass.
Hello, fellow pot smokers.
Jive ass.
I'd like to buy one of your marijuanas, please.
Ass mop.
this is all. This is how you know if it's legal or not. If you walk in and there's a security guard checking your ID, it's a legal shop.
It is a legal shop.
Yes. If there's nobody there at the door to see if you're over 18. You're probably somewhere you shouldn't be.
So my question is then, if this guy's got this shop in Monroe, that cannot be cheap rent, right? And it's fairly new.
Sure.
To your point, how long has that guy got to wait with this investment
it'd be
before
on
he can start
Pittsford
selling
at this point,
weed?
right?
Well, Brighton.
It's
Brighton
at
or
Brighton?
Pittsburgh?
No, it's in
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh
Well,
because it's
Pittsburgh-
right across from. It's not even close to Monroe. It's not even close to the interstate.
Then we know the answer because Pittsburgh is not allowing marijuana
Yeah,
sales.
so
it's not
until
legal.
that's
if he's selling, it's not
changed.
legal.
So what the hell did he even build?
It's a head shop, man. Head shops have been in existence for.
Man, he's dreaming if he thinks he's gonna make any
Here
money.
we go. Real estate magnate Tommy Miller. You put on a blazer, it doesn't mean you know about real estate.
Just saying, man.
Let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Bitch Voice Theater.
Yeah, that's right. Officer Bitch over here is telling us how to. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And this is going to change the way we live. Like, seriously.
Okay.
Either it will make your life unbelievably easier because it will eliminate a pinch that we've all been in and a lot of people find themselves in, possibly more now, or you will spend all of your money. Legitimately all of your money. Because you can make the argument it's not the government's job to protect ourselves from ourselves. But when that guardrail goes away,
Not good.
and you're allowed to get your money anytime you want your money, it's my cash and I want it now. We'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We all know the feeling.
What feeling is that?
You got a bill due, and it's one you can't miss. The problem is that bill needs to get paid before payday, and you got no other options. Our whole lives, we have known weekly or bi-weekly pay.
Yeah.
But one idea that is making its way through federal lawmakers' desks may change that forever. And it's something, Tommy, you seem to think would be a disaster.
Yeah. Based on my experience with money.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or laugh at their, well, let me tell you about legal dispensaries. Let me see what I see, show you what I see when I drive down the street because I...
Well, I like when I have questions, y'all just crap on
No,
me.
we answered the question.
You were making
No,
statements.
Thank you.
No, you laugh at me. Oh, what'd you think about?
It's okay to ask questions,
No,
but
but
you were
you-
like, it's getting ready to open.
How does a grown man not know the difference between a question and a statement?
Because y'all smug pot asses don't answer.
Smug
Smug
pot.
pot asses. Okay.
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines
Oh,
of...
I'm Kimmy Coffee. I'm going to grab my guns. You girls go downtown and get wasted all weekend because I'm just a pot-smoking little bitch.
Don't be jealous.
He is
Well,
jealous.
accuse you.
He's too much of a bitch to try it. We take all your bitch voices. We run it back. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I couldn't find anything to eat for breakfast. I had to eat string cheese because I'm a baby little string cheese eating little bitch.
It was delicious. What happened? I was telling you my identity was taken from you and I don't know how to handle it because
I'm
Pat
ruined.
Duffy looks way better than I do today because I'm a sad ass look like I'm hanging out in the garage with Tim Allen kind of bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I grew up so poor we had to shove all our meatballs in our mouth at one time because my brother would steal them away from me, and so was my daddy because I was just a meatball shoving little bitch.
Pretty
Okay,
badass.
they still make ceramic inserts for the crock pot. We just
Yeah.
bought one yet last year. $25. I stepped up for the premium. I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to take my little mini helmet down to Bill's gift so I can be Josh on my helmet so I can become a millionaire and sell it online like you because I'm an autograph-hounded little bitch.
I can't drive through the rain because I'm a little scared because I hydroplaned.
Southern rain, man.
Southern rain,
Rain.
gonna wreck your car. I'm here to drink, and I have broad shoulders, so I don't need your elbow in my ribs while you're cutting your fish fry.
Do you have my little craft beer over here by myself? I don't want to hear you eating.
No, see,
I'm
here's the
just
thing.
a sippy little bitch. Sipping on my craft beer, bitch.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Tommy,
Yes.
have you heard of the Earned Wage Access Consumer Protection Act?
That's a lot and no.
It sounds complicated,
Yeah.
but it's actually pretty simple.
All right.
You know how for years we always had to wait until payday to get access to the money you earned?
Mm-hmm.
This would change that. It would give you the ability at the end of every workday to access the money you made at your job the day that you earned it.
So it'd be deposited in my bank?
No. You would have the ability to go get it.
access it.
You
All
got
right.
it. Like, yeah, you could
To transfer it into my account.
Exactly. It
All right.
sounds like if you kept things normal, you would still get paid the way you normally get paid. But if you needed to get that money, you could have a way to get it and put it in your account.
But you can only get so much.
Well, whatever you've earned up to that point that week.
Okay.
So, Tommy, let's say it's Wednesday, and I have an electric bill I have to pay or I'm going to
Right.
get shut off, but I don't get my check till Friday. This would now give me the ability to pull that money out for the bill that's due, so it's not late.
Okay, that's a great idea.
So shout out to Rochester's own V, who runs the Under the Desk News, for bringing this to our attention the other day. And V did some research as to why things are the way they are right now and why some people see this as a problem. And before we get to that, Tommy, I will ask you this question.
Yeah.
Does having the ability to access the money you earned at the end of the day sound like a good idea to you?
No.
No, you don't even want to think about it. No.
I don't have to think about it because I lived this life and so did you.
I live this life. Man.
Because what's going to happen is you're going to tap out before the end of the week.
Okay, put a pin in that.
You know what I'm saying?
Put a pin in that. Do you know why we get paid on the 1st and the 15th?
So you
every
said
month?
there's a reason why the system was set
Yeah.
up like that to begin with.
You got it. So back in
I
the day,
have no idea.
well, this is according to V at
It's like
Under
some
the Desk
old
News.
English thing or something.
American.
Oh.
Pre-industrial revolution, it wasn't uncommon for people to collect their money when the workday was over,
Mm-hmm.
right? But when pay got increased, some higher-end folks worried that the workers, instead of saving their money for rent and groceries, would blow it all at the bar.
And they were right.
so there would
And
be
prostitution.
Okay. So the system we have now was put in place. But people who are supporting this legislation, and by the way, it's got both Republican and Democrat support.
Which worries me.
The folks who support it say it's an outdated system, that things are past the point where we should not have access to our cash. And, people have different schedules.
Yeah, but that's not the problem.
What's the problem, man?
The problem is your ass is behind. And there's a reason why your ass behind.
It's not necessarily true.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if
Why are you making a face?
Because y'all making that face. Broke ass face.
I think behind or not, you still may treat it the same way.
I think Tommy's argument
It's a
here,
piggy bank.
Yeah.
So let's say I want to go with my crew Thursday night, but I'm tapola.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about that RG&E bill. I want to go out and have some fun. So I'm going to snag my $60 and head out and go have fun.
Okay.
And then when the end of the week comes, my dumb ass would forget I already blew 60 of my paycheck. I go, hey, this thing's 60 short. And I'm like, oh, yeah, idiot. We went out and had fun last night.
Okay, so then the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The question becomes, you think that the government needs to protect ourselves against ourselves?
Yeah.
I do wonder, though, if this could have the opposite effect, because if you actually saw what you make day to day, like you might have an idea, but if you saw what you make day to day, maybe it's less than you think, which would make it more depressing to take out day to day.
And not going to go drink.
As opposed to taking out a chunk of it when it's totaled up at the end of that 2 weeks. You know what I mean?
I think you're right there. Right, but I
like
think,
if I saw how quickly you could lose it during the day, I don't know.
No, I think you bring up a good point, right? Like, there are people that stop buying. Like, there's this exercise you could do where you like dictate hourly after taxes how much you make, right? And people say if you do this, you'll stop paying for lunch at work because you realize how many hours of your time
you pay for that.
Exactly.
I think it would have that effect on me.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What type of person are you? Are you the type of person that could take their money home at the end of every day after your job and not spend it? Or do you need to get it in a big old pile to ensure that you have money at the end of the week to pay your bills? You say you do not have the self-control.
I think you got to have some financial guardrails for people.
Okay.
Because...
So you're saying let the government tell you what you can do with your money.
Oh, you put it in gear with your tight mouth. Tight mouth Pat.
Do you think, though, and I also wonder if you're taking that money directly out of, your paycheck, as opposed to writing credit throughout the week. And that to you is just money that you're just not watching it decrease, you know what I mean?
And you're getting banged interest on that.
Yeah.
It's costing you. So one of the arguments to Kimmy's point here, not to jump in, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Is one of the reason this should be made legal is there are payday loan places that will allow you to go in with just a signature most of the time and be given, $100, $200. They charge ridiculous interest.
They give you, they whack you.
Exactly. That's really the only thing at this point, if you don't have the credit, you can do to get money to pay bills or take care of yourself. And in theory, right, you could go get that for beer money, right?
Right, but let's say I don't think it gets anybody out of the financial hole that's in the hole. This isn't going to fix your problem.
But I think we're arguing about two different problems here.
Well, why are you instituting this law? To do what?
To give people access to the money that they earn.
For what? Why though?
For what?
Are you trying to fix something that's happening in this country?
Well, but let's talk about that. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about the Earned Wage Access Consumer Protection Act. Long story short, it would give you the ability to access your money at the end of the day that you earned at your job. You wouldn't have to wait for your weekly or biweekly paycheck. Let's say you had a bill coming up on Tuesday or Wednesday. You've already earned $150 in the week. Bang, you can have that money transferred in your account. And it's got a ton of support, which is now making Tommy suspicious.
Anytime they all come together on something, they never come together on anything, right? All of a sudden, yeah, this sounds like a pretty good idea.
Okay, so here's what's going on in your head.
Right.
You believe that people would need this money to cover bills that they couldn't pay before.
They're coming up short.
Because they came up short. But
Right.
what you're failing to realize...
They're in financial stress.
No, is that there are people that are in financial stress not because of mistakes they've made.
I understand.
No, because that's been the argument you're making, but because that's their daily life.
Right, I know. Yeah.
I don't make enough money to be able to wait till the end of the week to get paid.
Right.
So Should those people be suffering because you and I don't have self-control? Man!
But this isn't going to get you. I don't think it gets you out of the hole. And you keep saying it's my money.
It is my money.
It ain't.
Well, no?
Because you know what my old man used to always say?
What's that, man?
It's your money when I hand it to you.
Do you hear yourself right now?
That's what he always
Do you
said.
hear yourself right now?
Because the guys would always come up and want an advance from him.
Yeah.
And he said, it ain't your money till I hand it to you, son. Or get out of my office and bring in them hula hoops. And go and restock the bar.
Anytime you make a point with an opinion that Mike Muley had, your point is wrong.
He was a millionaire.
Kimmy, is this a good idea or a bad idea?
I mean, I guess like it is your money. You are entitled to spend it how you want. I just think my theory is if you're bad with money before, it's not going to affect it. I don't think it's going to make it any worse. I don't think it's going to make it any better.
I mean, she makes a valid point.
I think it can make it worse.
Why is that?
Because you could come up, you've already pissed your money away before that. You know,
so do you think that because you get paid at the end of the week, it's going to stop you from going out or spending that money before you even get it?
I mean, yes, you could, but like if you don't have access to credit cards or credit, at least you're not hanging yourself.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This gives you an opportunity to hang yourself quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you can also see how much is there. I don't know. I don't know if that would change your mentality.
I just find it weird how you're like Mr. Freedom, right? Like when
freedom still needs guardrails.
That's not freedom, man.
Yes, it is.
Man,
I can't just do whatever I want with my money.
Oh, you actually can.
I can't even. I cannot access it till they deposit it in my bank.
Unless this passes. Look, when the debate about legalized sports gaming came up in the state of New York, you were all about that.
Yes.
Your argument was, why should people's opinions and issues affect me from being able to do this? And when legal marijuana, which we just talked about, came up, you said, why should your opinions on something and the problems it could cause for certain people keep other people from freely enjoying it? How is this any different?
Because the one thing you got to protect is the finances, your financials. You have to. And some people need to be protected from themselves.
Okay. Communist leader Tommy wants to tell you what you should do. The money is safe with me. You give me your money. It's your money when I give it to you.
Yes, and then you go have fun with it.
Now get on train to Siberia. I mean, the fact of the matter is, there's no real reason, why this shouldn't happen, right? Like, it's not up to your job to babysit you and make sure you don't do something stupid in your personal or financial life. It's not up to the government to babysit you and make sure you don't do something stupid in your personal or financial life. I mean, this is the first step towards the ultimate freedom to do whatever you want with your money.
Right.
Man.
Do you think if you had access to this, like the pay-as-you-go kind of method, would make you spend less, though, than getting that big chunk of money at the end and thinking, like, almost feeling a little bit more like it's unlimited, like, look at how much money I have right now. And then you may spend, like, a bigger chunk at that time because you feel like you have more?
See, I'm that guy. What Kimmy described, I'm that guy. Like, if I would
You're going to overspend when you have that much at a time.
So you brought up that we had this in our lives in the past, doing stand-up comedy.
Yes.
Okay, so there were times doing stand-up comedy where you get paid at the end of the night.
Yeah.
Okay, and there were also times where you would do gigs at the end of the week. You'd get paid for like 5 straight days.
Right.
The gigs that I got paid at the end of the night,
yeah,
I would hold on to that money because it was like, I don't have a lot of money. When I got like, $300 at once on a Sunday, that money was gone.
All right.
Gone immediately.
All right. I was the opposite.
So if you got a little bit of money, you were spending it. If you got a lot of bit of money, you were holding it?
Well, I needed all of it. You know what I mean? So whatever money I had, I spent. But this is like always. So this legislation sounds like you always have a little pocket money.
Yes.
So let's say
the option for it.
Right. Well, you could grab it.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Technically, it's kind of in your pocket.
Sure.
That never stayed in my pocket.
Okay.
Like walking around money never hung out in my pocket.
It started walking around away from you?
But I was always impressed when a guy could always hold on to always had like 50 on him. Like I knew guys that just held, I keep that for emergency. Man, I drive past a porno shop every day. And a liquor store. That 50 ain't got a hope in hell's chance.
I always thought those guys were rich. I never thought those guys had self-control.
They were just no, I'm talking about guys I worked with. They made the same money I did.
Damn.
But, they were responsible dudes. And I'd laugh at them. And then I was also hungry. But I had porn.
252 WCMF. All right, folks have been waiting patiently. Again, we're talking about, and it sounds complicated, but it's not. It is let me find it again. I'm sorry. Earned Wage Access Consumer Protection Act. And it sounds boring and lame, but long story short, it would give you the opportunity to get your money at the end of every workday instead of having to wait till payday. And the idea is this will give people the ability to pay bills that need to get paid that come up before the end of the workday. 252 WCMF 252-9263. It's got massive support. It looks like this thing could be like a federal law that gets passed. Let's talk to Anthony. Hey, Anthony, how are you, brother?
Hey, what's up, Duffy? How you guys doing?
Good, Anthony. What do you got?
Well, Tommy, you were right earlier with the tone of the sea, but you're wrong on this.
Okay.
It would help a lot of people. Just because you don't have self-control doesn't mean other people don't.
That is true.
No. You don't understand. Tommy knows what's best for everybody, and he wants to implement that as law. Get on the train to Siberia.
That's wrong. Now, see, credit cards, somebody who's living tight day to day, or trying to live a little bit outside their means, but not a lot, if you can pay that credit card, statements don't always come on Fridays. Bills don't always come on Fridays. If you just get that little bit of extra, especially with credit cards, that's a little bit less interest you got to pay. That's a little bit you gain up on it.
All right, but Andy, let me ask you this question, because Tommy's big concern is people will not have the self-control to continue to pay their actual bills. Do you, Anthony, as a person, think you have the self-control to not spend all your money at the end of the day?
Oh, I know I do.
Okay.
I've done it before. I've had to work at places like Labor Ready, things like that, where you get paid on the daily basis.
Okay.
When things were hard and I needed the cash. And,
Anthony, I'm good with my money. I work all day and I don't spend my money. I go home at night, give 10% to the church, so I go to Anthony Heaven with all the financially responsible Christian man. Cool, financial Anthony.
And as soon as I break my back, that's my money. All right. That's my money.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes
You lose 16 tons, and what do you get?
Another day older, and Tommy's dad's my boss. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's take one more call. I want to talk to all of you guys. I'm sorry we don't have the time. Skyler's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Skyler, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up, boys?
What's going on,
Did you
Skyler?
not get paid at the end of your comedy act?
Boo.
Did you have to wait to get paid when you were on the road doing comedy?
Well, some nights we get paid out at the end of the night.
Right at the end of the night, you got paid by the bar owner.
Yeah.
And it would be cash.
Yeah, that's cool. So I get paid 3 times a day. I've been in business for 28 years. I'm not going to give somebody credit to, oh, yeah, you pay you on Friday for a tattoo on Tuesday and a cheeseburger. I get paid, and I put that money where I want to put that money, and there's a reason that I'm stable for 28 years, because I know where my money needs to go. And
I've already sung today, Skyler. I wish I could sing you a tune
All right,
here.
Skyler, let me ask you this question. All right, so you're...
So he's an independent businessman that owns a tattoo shop.
Yes. But Skyler, I mean, you've been doing this, you said, for 28 years now. Did you have the ability to have that self-control 28 years ago when you were just a kid doing this thing?
28 years ago, I had babies.
Okay, good call. Yeah,
money went right to
Tattooed
the diaper
babies.
store.
You got to practice somewhere.
No.
Do you miss buying diapers? Because that's the worst. Buying something poop in it.
No, that's a good point. No, you bring up a good point. I mean, I guess you and I were talking about this when we were single dudes with very little responsibility, right? I guess you're right. When that thing shows up in front of you, whether it's kids or medical or whatever, maybe you don't have the
Money's gone before you even have time to think about
it.
Yeah.
All right, so Skyler,
you might need diapers. You might need diapers on Tuesday, and if you can go get your money to buy diapers on Tuesday. What do you got to borrow $20 from your buddy to get? Because I need diapers. You should get your money. I love the fact that I get paid 3 times a day, and that I decide where that money goes. If I want to go to the pawn shop or the liquor store or the diaper store
or the porn diaper liquor store.
That would be brilliant. Oh my God,
Skyler, thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right. Well, look, keep an eye on this.
All right.
And again, V, who runs Under the Desk News, it's an Instagram, TikTok thing.
Yeah.
All the information
Right there.
sounds like they've got it more than we do, right? So Keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
And if anything updates, we'll let you know. I mean, I'm sure it'll be massive news if everything passes. All right, that being said, there are problems other than finances that people are dealing with.
What's going on?
For example, you could have an argument with your spouse about there's something terrifying in the house. No, there isn't. And it sounds like that argument happened last night. Have you confirmed this existed?
Oh, this went on for hours.
That's a yes or no question.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so the confirmation has been
No,
made.
we have had multiple run-ins with this thing.
Wait, in your house?
Yes.
What the hell is it?
Wait till you hear what Kimmy had in her house
Has.
last night.
Has.
It's not out.
It has not been resolved.
Wait, what the hell about bed is this thing?
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Kimmy's stress level on a daily basis on the show already at like a 9 out of 10. But today she is sick and tired of being sick and tired because it's not just obnoxious little rodent-looking things she's dealing with at work anymore. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. What the hell happened to you last night?
What's the matter?
We're getting ready to wind down.
You know what that means.
No.
Please let the court know he did the Toki-Tok motion.
Toki-Toks.
Thank you.
So I let my dog out. So his last run of the night. And I'm sitting outside because it's a nice night out. And the window to our dining room faces like where I'm sitting. Okay. So like I can see the light in there and it's flickering for some reason. And I'm like, why is the light bulb going out? So I turn around, and the reason why it's flickering is because what I thought at the time, there was a bird flying around it.
Oh, that's not good. A bird in the house. Okay.
So I'm freaking out. I'm like, oh, because it's just doing circles. It's flying around all of our downstairs. And I get up to the door to try to like open the door or something, and I realize it is not a bird. It is a bat.
And we just talked about this. So we just willed this bat into your house.
I think we did.
It was a week ago. We were talking about bats.
It was like a month ago, but yes.
It
was because we were talking about. We found out that they won't come in and get bats if you have a bat in your house. You have to do it on your own.
Oh.
So my thought was, I'll open the door. Hopefully, it'll fly out.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't. So my husband was not home at the time, so I call him.
Big bat
he was
boy.
actually at Three Heads, which isn't too far, luckily. So he comes home, and of course, like by the time he gets home, the bat is nowhere to be found.
Okay, so I want to be clear because your husband was sending me snaps last night on Snapchat.
I was turning the house upside down trying to find this thing.
He did not believe there was a bat in the house.
No.
And
well, he goes, are you sure it wasn't a bird? Are you sure it wasn't this? I was like, I am 100% sure.
Yeah. Bats look like bats. They don't look like anything else.
Write that down, everybody. Bats look like bats.
You'll never confuse a bat with anything else.
Here's what a dick her husband is, and I love him for it, right? What? He was walking around with this smug look on his face. Like, there's not a bat. And he would like cover out the corner. And he'd be like, thinking he was the bat. Look how stupid she is.
So your dog must have been going nuts.
Well, my dog was outside at the time, so he didn't see it. And like I said, by the time like I went back inside, because our house is older, it doesn't have a door to the basement. You know how it just kind of like walks downstairs. So I'm like, maybe it's down there. I don't know if it flew downstairs or upstairs. Either way, this thing is now missing.
Well, maybe it went out. It could have left.
No, but the door wasn't open at the time. Because I'm also afraid to keep the door open at night. I don't know what else is going to fly or walk into my house.
Right.
So I'm turning everything upside down. I'm Googling like where do bats hide. I'm looking under looking under the beds. I'm looking in like turning over, like pouring the laundry baskets out because they could hide in piles of clothes.
So you look like a schizophrenic
woman.
I
look like a psychopath, but I know that I'm not going to be able to sleep until we find this bat. So my husband, he's obviously mocking me the whole time, but he had a towel in his hand, like ready to like catch the thing to like put it outside.
Okay.
So we didn't see it for a long time. So that's messing with my head.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, I'm upstairs in the bathroom brushing my teeth, and I hear my husband go, "Oh crap! Oh crap!
What happened?
Crap!" I'm like, "Oh my god, the bat's back! It's back!" And I was kind of happy because I'm like, finally he saw it.
Yeah.
So it must have flown in the basement and then came back up again. Would be my guess.
Right.
And so he's chasing it. We open the door to try to push it outside, and we lose sight of it again. We don't know where the hell this thing went. We think it went back in the basement, but we turned the lights. I have no idea where this thing is hiding.
So it's still in the house?
Unless it somehow managed to go out whatever way it came in, it's got to still be in our house somewhere.
Is there an opening in your basement?
That's what we're wondering. Like, did it come in through like a vent or something? I don't know how it would have gotten in.
Ton of cracks.
You're just saying old man stuff.
Old house has old cracks.
But
I'm old. I got a million cracks.
I would think it could get in through the attic, but I don't know. I guess I just don't know how it made its way from the attic to the. I think it got in somewhere in the basement.
So it's entirely possible this bat is still in your house.
Yeah. So I went to bed. My husband's like, I'm he was in the living room, like waiting for it to come back out again. And I think that he eventually just gave up and went to bed.
All right. 252 WCMF. What the hell is Kimmy supposed to do now if she does have a bat hiding somewhere in her house? And is it dangerous to have a bat hiding somewhere in your house?
I don't know.
The mystery of it all is what's bothering me.
No, I understand. Look, I'm not blaming you for being freaked out having a bat in your house. Like, that's totally understandable. I guess the question is the difference between being freaked out and this being a legitimately bad situation for you and your husband. Like, if a bat were to bite Kimmy,
it's gonna hurt, and you're gonna get an infection.
You gotta go through all the rabies
that's what I'm
stuff,
asking. Okay,
right?
so you'd have to worry about rabid bat,
Right.
but if the bat's not rabid,
But do all bats bite?
Do all bats bite?
I don't know.
It's my favorite children's book.
But there's like, how many species of bats are there? There's probably like 1,000.
What are you doing right now?
Vicious, vampire, sissy bat.
Those are 3 kinds of bats, and only one of them is a real kind of bat. And I don't even know if vampire bats are a real kind of bat.
They call them vampire bats.
I know, I understand, but it's not like the scientific bat name.
I don't know. I know this. If there was a bat in my house, my wife ain't going to bed.
Yeah.
If we don't find that bat, she's going to a hotel, and I'm going with her, man, because I ain't sleeping in no house.
You're being a sissy-ass bat
Hell
bitch?
yeah, man.
Why?
Bro, if that thing gets a hold of your ass,
what do you mean? What's it going to drag you outside to the other bats where they have their way with you?
you don't even know how many bats there be.
You don't even know how many bats in there be?
I don't know.
Why are you
Bats,
talking in Old English?
Do bats go by themselves, or do they hang with a crew?
A bat crew?
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, if you only
bevy of bats.
If you only saw one bat, normally we see stories it's one bat unless there's like a bat. Unless
they gotta have
living
a
in the
nest
attic.
somewhere.
Well, that's
Yeah, I mean, I've never noticed any bats around. Like I've never like heard anything in the walls or I don't know. You're right. They could be hiding out somewhere, but this is my first bad experience.
252 WCMF last night. Kimmy sitting around by herself. Her husband down at the bar as usual.
Oh yeah.
She sees a bat in the kitchen. Calls her husband, get home, his bat here. Comes home, bat has gone missing.
Yes.
Husband thinks she's making up bat stuff for attention, as women will do.
Oh yeah.
Turns out he sees the bat too, but they don't know if the bat left the house. They think the bat is still inside the house. What the hell do you do about the bat? And is it a dangerous situation for Kimmy? I will give you props for being able to sleep last night.
Well, there is a door to our upstairs that we had closed, as well as our bedroom door. Like, we just slept with all the doors closed. I don't even know if that does anything, but it brought me a little comfort.
This is an amazing story on another level.
What's that?
And it's a great story. I mean, sorry for what you're going through.
Yeah, sure. But
we finally know what her house looks like.
Oh, you're right. She's finally described
You've never
her house.
broken down what your house looks like to us at all.
But here's the thing. It almost sounds like she's making up having a house because, like, there's things in our house. There's no door to the basement, but we have a door to our upstairs, and there's a water slide and a pizza machine. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Sean. Hey, Sean. What's going on, buddy?
So she's got a bat in her house. He's probably hiding out somewhere still in there.
Thank you, Sean. We have gotten that far.
I do it for a living. I catch bats for a living.
Okay.
I do wildlife, so most likely he worked his way down from upstairs to the lower level.
Okay.
So that's she'd probably have to get somebody over there to inspect the house, find out how he got in.
Okay.
And he's probably purged somewhere on a door frame or tucked in some clothing, anything like that.
Sean, it sounds like a bat has crawled into your mouth and down your throat. Are you okay, Sean?
Are you okay?
I think so. Probably not. Sean, thank you for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Sean would like to tell us that the bat is still in your house and hiding somewhere.
And he does this for a living, and he's a load of laughs. It's load of laughs, Sean Exterminator.
It was amazing, I will say.
What?
How much I now know about bats because I Googled every possible bat question you could have.
Well, that's what happens when you buy a house.
That's the thing. Like, I checked all those places it says they could be hiding, and we cannot find it, which makes us think maybe it got back out again. I have no idea.
Well, Steven writes us on Instagram, Kimmy, if it's still there, you need a tennis racket. I know it's mean to the bat, but they're too damn fast for anything else. I do have a tennis racket in my car if you'd like to borrow one.
You got to work on your backhand.
One of my husband's buddies giving us a fishing net to try to catch it.
Oh, this is awesome. Can we come over and watch you try to catch this bat?
Sure.
252 WCMF. Sometimes they say you need a woman to handle a man's job. Let's talk to Alicia. Hey, Alicia, how are you?
Hey, guys. So last year we got 3 bats in our house. they came through our fireplace, one of those pull-out fireplaces, but the way we ended up getting rid of it was we found it in the upper corner of the wall. It hid in...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, hello?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
listening.
yeah, it hid in the upper corner of the walls, and it'll usually find something it can camouflage with. My husband, when the first time it came, my husband locked himself in the room and started doing research. So what he did was he pulled up some sound that's sensitive to bats to try to trigger it.
Wait, you put on the Wii show?
Yeah,
Bat, baby!
the bat signal. We did the bat signal.
Wait, so where
Did it work?
Well, it seemed to made a sound, and we're sitting there with like 3 umbrellas trying to like shoo it out, but it seemed to have triggered it a little bit.
All
So
right.
you could try it, put it on a Bluetooth speaker.
Okay, that's
where-
good to know.
Bat sound.
Where can she find the bat sounds, Alicia?
I just YouTubed it.
All right, thank you.
All right.
That's
Yeah.
actually good
All right,
advice.
so
Okay.
a disturbing noise.
All right. Alicia, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Okay, we're getting somewhere now, Kimmy. Are you feeling better?
I'll feel better once I find the bat.
Is your husband working today?
No.
So he can handle the bat while you're gone.
I'm hoping, but the thing is, I don't do that. They don't come out during the day, so wherever it's hiding,
No, the
I'm,
bats come out at night.
That's right.
The bats come out
I'm
at
assuming
night.
it's probably going to stay there for a while.
252 WCMF. The question, I think the most important question,
Yeah.
is it dangerous? Is Kimmy and her husband,
All right,
Kimmy and
yeah.
her husband, in a dangerous situation? Because we don't want anything happening to that big old hunk of beef,
Yes.
right? Let's talk to Robbie. He's on CMF. Hey, Robbie. How are you, buddy?
What's up?
What up?
Yeah, too much. I got bats. I got about 100 of them that live with me in my house.
All right, pause. Time out from the game. Time out from the conversation. Do you intentionally have 100 bats
Like
that
you
live with you in
raise
your
them?
house?
They were there when I bought the house, and I just left them there. They don't come in. They come into the house every once in a blue moon, but I mean, if they found their way in, they'll find their way out. They're about the size of a mouse, if not even smaller.
Okay, second
But,
question. I'm sorry. Time out again. Second
Yeah,
question.
that's right, yeah.
Were
Do
you
they live like in your attic or something?
Were you aware of the 100 bats?
Yeah,
when
he
you
said he bought the house.
Not when I bought the house, but when I heard noises one day, I was outside and I went back in the house. I couldn't hear them, and then I went up into the attic and I could not hear anything in the house. And then when I went back outside again, I heard the squeakings, and I just sat there with my wife, and then we saw bats come out right around 7:30, 8 o'clock, and then we counted like 80 of them that came out.
So,
And
but
they're
where do
all-
they live in your house? They're in your house or not in your house?
They're like in the gutters.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha. Third question. Your wife hasn't left you and
Yeah.
moved somewhere else living with 100 bats?
That's creepy, man.
No. She was totally cool with it.
That's like, oh, it's always Halloween.
Good for her, though, man. That's a tough. Okay. All right. So, Rob, you say you have not had any negative consequences from your 100
Bat experience. Once in a blue moon bat.
No. If anything, they eat all the insects around the house. I mean, we still have insects and everything, but live and let live. They're awesome, actually.
No, I'm not living.
I mean,
let
I'm
live.
fine
You
with
live
the
out
bats.
there.
I'm fine with the bats in my gutters. I just don't want it in my living room.
It's probably going to die because they have to eat like their body weight every night, almost in bugs. So if
It's one of
been
them
in there
fat
for a
West
couple
Side
of days-
bats.
What's that sound like when he's
You
flying
got-
around?
They're awesome.
They're not awesome, man.
No, they do. They do eat mosquitoes.
Okay.
Well, no, but you don't like mosquitoes. I'd rather have a bat that I know can't hurt me than 50 mosquitoes trying to eat my arm.
Yeah, you know what? They do look like they have some seriously sharp little teeth on them. So I
great.
wouldn't put my finger near them. But here's the thing: you're not going to get
Don't finger
rabies
your
from
bats.
a brown bat eating mosquitoes.
Okay. All right. Well, Rob, thank you for the information and good luck with you and your 100 bats.
Yeah, man.
All right. There goes Rob.
That gave me the chills.
You know what the hardest part about living with 100 bats is?
What's that, Pat?
Collecting rent. Collecting rent.
Well, sometimes you can just put it under a bill.
They don't have a bill.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. Ducks
like
have a
a
bill.
little
That's a nose. How did you make
Nose
a
and a bill are the same thing.
I made a terrible joke, and you somehow made a worse joke that didn't make any sense.
I guess if you had a lot of ducks in your house.
All right, so
What?
Kimmy, if you go home and if the bat has
Yeah.
reappeared but not found, are you prepared to live with this bat?
I don't know. I mean, I guess
Call
I
an
don't.
exterminator.
I don't
No,
really have a choice.
So didn't we find out in that story before there aren't a lot of people you can call to get rid of the
Well, that guy
bats?
didn't call. He said he does it for a living.
Yeah, okay, we should take everybody at their word when they
No,
call
but there's
the
a
I mean,
show.
I do wonder though. If I mean, I would think. What if they search and they can't find it either? I mean,
yeah,
it
but
would
they'll
be-
trap it. They'll bait it.
Again, you're just making things up. You have to find it to trap it, don't you? Why not try I would try the sound thing. That
Yeah,
Alicia
maybe
sounded
we'll
like
try
she had the
that.
best idea.
We'll
Call
try
a
that when we
professional to get the goddamn. You're going to be dicking around. That thing's going to be there for a month.
What does it cost though? Like, what's it cost to get a bat out of your house?
Who cares
I don't
if
know.
it's
According to
$200?
Rob, it's going to die soon. If it
You
doesn't
think you
eat
got
bugs.
$200?
You're just making up prices
I have
for
no
bats.
idea how much it costs. I'm assuming it's probably expensive. They know you're desperate to get that thing out.
You're right. She's right. I mean, anytime you call someone like that.
Yeah, but it's worth it. I'm going to remember when I had all those bees break into my house when I was on
I love how you
vacation?
say
Bees
break
break
in like they took a rock and put it through the window.
They kind of did. They bore a hole in my ceiling and came in. It was those carpenter bees.
Yeah.
And I had to get a guy out there. And it was like $300, but I didn't want bees in my house stinging my ass
Well,
all
no,
night.
that's different though. If the bat isn't going to bite you and it can't hurt you,
I
what's-
don't know.
Okay.
But I just don't want some creepy ass bird in my house.
It's not a bird. It's a bat.
It's a satanic bird.
Okay.
Can we agree on that?
No, you idiot.
It's like a flying mouse more than a bird.
Who the hell wants that?
I'm
I
just
don't want
saying.
regular ass mouse.
Any mouse would love to be a flying mouse. That's who wants it.
Yeah, probably.
They look up in the sky. Why can't that be me? Put it on my bill, the mice said. You guys been watching the Olympics?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. How do you not get addicted to
know.
watching
I have it
all
on
of
in the
this?
back. I can't sit down and be glued to any of it. 'Cause
USA
it-
versus South Sudan basketball yesterday?
Yeah. Like you're beating South Sudan.
Is there a great story that you don't know? They won their first game ever. They were also undefeated when they played, and Luol Deng, former NBA player, is paying out of his pocket for this team to be able to do what
You
they're
had to,
doing.
because it's like one of the poorest places on the planet.
That's why it's such a great story. But all the other events that are going on, look, Team USA is either doing phenomenal or we are doing terrible.
Not sure.
What do you mean?
Well, depending on how you measure success at the Olympics.
Well, you count the medals.
Well, see, that's the other problem.
What?
How do you count the medals?
How many medals you got?
We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. depending on how you want to measure it,
Okay.
either Team USA is having a phenomenal Olympics
Crushing it.
or a Turbo Olympics.
Really that bad?
How about your chance at your share of $100,000?
$100,000.
You can download the free Odyssey app right now. Log in, listen to 96.5 WCMF on the app for 1 hour each day. That is your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000. In this national contest, you're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. So here's the good news.
That's the good news.
The U.S. is leading in the overall medal count thus far at the Paris Games.
Take that, world.
We have 30 medals, which is a full 4 medals ahead of second place France. So in that way, we are crushing it. The bad news, we are getting our asses kicked in the gold medal
So we're
count.
not piling up gold.
No, China is first with 9. Then you have to go all the way down the list to find the U.S. with 5 gold medals.
I thought the gymnastics, like, they crushed.
Yeah,
They
got,
did.
that's
They-
one
they-
medal.
That counts as
Wait, they had
one
like
medal.
one stupid medal out of all that?
Well, I mean,
they
in the team.
participate again today, or I think there's another event today with the individual gymnasts. But
Right.
yeah, that team only counts as 1 gold medal.
You got it.
Yeah.
We're below South Korea
That's a puny-ass country.
for gold medals.
Yeah.
And
Damn.
usually, I think most of those medals come from the pool. Like in the past, like U.S. was so dominant
They got to go down the bottom and get them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
in
Hold
that
your breath real
category.
long.
But
And
wait.
it seems like maybe that's where we're coming up short a
Slow
little bit.
pool is what they're saying this year, Kimmy. I'm not kidding. That's,
Yeah,
a,
no,
that's a
that's the
discussion
thing.
people are
'Cause I
having.
read about it, I was like, what does
It's-
that mean?
It's a slow pool.
Wait, I thought that girl, Ledecky, was supposed to be
She
crushing
She got
it.
one last night,
Yeah,
so that
she-
added to our gold medal.
Yeah.
Man. So are we not in our good stuff yet? Like basketball, you don't get
Well,
that till the
yeah.
end.
Well, that's
Yeah.
one gold medal.
Track and field, but they're
Jamaicans are
yeah,
really good.
yeah.
No, we got
They
the
some-
fastest guy on the planet.
I understand.
And
We'll
that
see.
chick is also the fastest chick on the planet.
Get all of your dynamite Olympic insight from Tommy Muley.
Who's the girl with the long fingernails that got... they
Sha'Carri
said-
Richardson? Is that her?
Yeah.
She's
Is
like...
that-
I thought she was like the fastest in the world.
Well, I know, but
you
they
still
haven't-
have
they
to
haven't
win the
partici-
race.
When
and
they
it
race
starts,
it.
I think that's
Let
the
her go
track
now.
and field events start today with like the race walking.
Which is one of my favorite
That
events
is
to
the
watch.
funniest thing to watch. Because that should not be a sport.
I dated a girl who race walked in high school. I'm not making
Oh,
that up.
you had a race walk team.
No, it was she went to it was after we graduated from high
Oh.
school, but
Because
she's
you have
like,
I was
to
gonna
walk
say, I
a
didn't think that
certain
was a
way,
thing.
right?
your
Like,
Yeah.
heel, there always has to be a heel on the ground.
yeah,
Is
you
that the
get
rule?
penalized, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we're behind and then like our events that we crush it. But Kimmy's right. Normally we do better in the pool. Australia seems to be having the right. There's that French swimmer, Marchand, who is taking up gold spots that I guess the U.S. would normally get. He
Yeah, 'cause
had a
they
good
have quite
night
a
last
few
night.
golds, I think, too.
So then what's more important? Is it the total medal count or is it the gold
I
medal
think
count?
it's gold.
Depends, because if you look at the medal count, depending on where you're seeing the chart, some people have the U.S. at top because they're talking about total medals, and then others have them way low because it's just going based on who has the most gold.
I mean, you got to say it's gold. Because nobody cares about silver or bronze unless you know that person. It's all about the gold.
Well, in that case, it sucks because we are by far leading the world. We have 13 silver and 12 bronze, which in each category is head and shoulders above anybody else. It's just the gold is what
Coming
is
up short.
escaping
But
to
nobody
the USA.
trains for a bronze. So nobody goes, come on, man.
Yeah, but
you
you'd still
got
be happy
to
to
dedicate
get
4 years
one.
of life to third place.
I don't know. They look pretty excited when they get it.
Especially if it's close and you could just be out of third place. Like, that would suck.
I mean, you are being a dick,
Be
man.
pretty
Like to
happy
be the
getting a bronze.
to be the third best swimmer
Yeah.
on the planet.
Right, but it's not what you trained for. I mean, it had to be a big letdown.
I don't know.
'Cause you were
Everybody
thinking
seems
you're-
pretty excited as long as they get on that podium. Sure, you're aiming for gold, but I think you're still happy with a medal.
I'm like, a guy who couldn't graduate high school is arguing that if you don't win a gold medal, you're a failure.
Yeah, and I got a fake goal getting out of that school book.
252 WCMF. Again, depending on how you're counting, either the United States is having an amazing Olympics with 30 medals, which is a full 4 past second place France, or we're having a terrible Olympics because we are in 7th place with 5 gold medals behind China's 9 in first place. China's having a hell of a game. Looks like they're going to... Did they win last night? Another gold in
Must have.
synchronized diving?
Maybe
That freaked me out last night.
What's that?
Did you watch synchronized diving?
I watched one earlier. Not that one.
One of the Chinese divers is like 17 years old, and she goes 35 miles an hour in the pool, and there's like no splash.
It's just like a little...
Yep, beep.
All right. See, stuff like that I just cannot watch.
It's
But that's
fascinating.
and that's the stuff you only get to watch once every 4 years.
And there's a reason, because you wouldn't watch it
I
on
don't
a regular
know.
basis.
You start to become a diving expert. Like, too much splash. Legs were bent. Like,
No, it is amazing. You're right. Whatever sport you're
I am
watching,
now a
Kimmy.
judge.
Yes, you know
I checked
exactly.
out after Luganis, man. That's when diving was diving.
Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
You don't know who Greg Louganis is?
no,
I was joking. You really don't know who Greg Louganis is?
no.
He's the most decorated American diver.
Well, was he
And then-
88? Was he in Seoul? So she wasn't even born
No, but
yet.
even the after story, everything he went through.
Sure, but you said it yourself. There's a reason we don't watch diving on a weekly basis. You know, there's no Monday night diving live on ESPN. Da, 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 da. Louganis. Da, 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 da.
Yeah. All right.
I'm disappointed in you, man.
I have it on in the background. Like I told you the other night, I started watching basketball, and I'm semi-watching, semi-drinking, and I'm going. At some point, I go, "Where's LeBron? I don't get this." And I'm going, "Is he out? Why did they put him in?" And I didn't realize for a half an hour it was 3-on-3. Like I didn't realize they weren't running down the court, but I wasn't paying that close
It
attention.
was only a half court, you idiot.
But I'm not paying that close attention. It's also outside.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Like you can see cars driving by and people walking their dogs at night.
Whoa, they got the Eiffel Tower in the basketball arena. Pretty cool. How'd they do that? By the way, USA men's 3-on-3 basketball, both the men and the women are 0-2 right now. Like, they're playing terrible.
On a 3-on-3?
Yeah, like they don't know. They lost to Poland in basketball, the men did.
Wow.
I didn't even know Poland had a basketball in the country of Poland.
I didn't know either.
252 WCMF. We'll take one call. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy. How are you, buddy?
Pat, in high school, you did not date a speed walker.
No, I dated a girl who did it in high school after I graduated high school.
No, you didn't. You dated a girl that you fed too many garbage plates, and she was always trying to get to the bathroom. That's why she walked like that.
It does
Joke's
look
on
like
you. She was skinny.
Oh, skinny people can't eat garbage plates and have diarrhea?
Not the way we do, man.
You nailed that one.
What you were saying, Jeremy?
Statistically, we are right on track with every other Olympics.
Okay.
31 medals around this time. Getting to the first third, going into the half of the Olympics is right on track.
Okay.
So we are performing no better or no worse than we ever have.
So we get off to a slow start, is what you're saying.
No, not a slow
Our
start.
sports
because
aren't coming
overall
up
medals, yet. Well, that, but maybe. But overall medals, we're right on track.
Okay.
I'm living the American dream today. I'm working from home because I don't feel good. I'm watching the Olympics, and I'm listening to you buffoons, and I'm watching golf right now. Some fat Swedish guy or Norwegian guy looks like a cross between John Daly and Donald Trump. It's hilarious. Making a lot of shots, but whatever. And can somebody tell me, we have the most guns in the world, but we're doing the worst at every shooting event.
I did.
How
I
is
did.
this possible?
Yeah, I was thinking about that yesterday. Well, because the gun doesn't look like a gun I've ever seen before.
No.
It's like an old-timey pirate
But here's
gun.
the other thing. We need a really good reason to fire a gun.
No, do we?
Yeah.
Ah.
I would like a point to it.
Yeah. Have you watched the news lately? We need good.
Did you see that, Jeremy?
All right.
You're breaking up on me, buddy. Thanks for the call. Did you see that guy? Was it? Oh God, where was it from? Istanbul, Turkey.
Yeah.
I think he was Turkish.
Turkish.
Yeah.
So
Turkish
you know,
gun guy?
if you watch the shooting events, like they always
The
have,
targets,
like,
yeah.
glasses.
They have all the
and
gear.
All this gear. This guy was no glasses.
Barefaced.
Yeah, just holding up the gun. He won a silver medal.
But he
He
also
looks like-
kept one hand in his pocket.
Yeah, he looked like he was practicing in a mirror.
Yeah.
Why was he? What was in his
I
pocket?
think that's just his style.
Yeah, well, are you sure?
I don't know. Maybe he likes to relax between shots. I would.
All right, let's take a break. Well, look, I mean,
Pull a little Turkish taffy.
We got it.
I was trying to get out.
Yank yank. 2 shots went off on that one.
For God's sakes, man. A gold medal is a reward for hard work that you've done. And there are 2 people we work with who deserve a gold medal because
Wait, here?
of, well, yeah, an anniversary that it's coming up. And in fact, you even believe so. You went out of your way to gift our coworkers this thing. It was, not something that Tommy normally does.
No.
But of course, because you are the person you are, you're now pissed.
Well, not pissed. A little insulted.
Okay. Either one of our coworkers is a thief, or
Which
one of
is
our
a good possibility.
or one of our coworkers is super ungrateful. But why would she need to be grateful in the first place?
To say thank you.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Neither explanation here is good.
Oh.
Because we now work with either someone who is a thief or someone who Tommy believes is ungrateful. But if it's the second one, it kind of reveals your character as to why you even did this in the first place.
What do you mean?
Like, you can't do any nice thing without making yourself look like a massive dick.
How am I a massive dick by doing a nice?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right in.
Go ahead.
So our co-workers, Scott Spizzano, Sandy Waters, down on the Buzz, are celebrating a huge anniversary.
Yeah.
They have been together on the air in Rochester.
As a team.
Yes. For 25 years.
Which is really rare that two people stay together that long in one spot.
Absolutely. By the end of the show every day, I'm ready to strangle you with my bare hands. So... Scott and Sandy, they've been getting accolades all year long. They have an event coming up at Three Heads, right? So we're all excited about that. Go give them their props. And Tommy, being the good man that he is, decided to jump out of character for you as a human.
Yeah.
And you did something for him.
I kind of went out of my way, to be quite honest.
It's literally what I just said.
No, but even more so than you realize.
Oh, really? How's that?
Well, because like when I hit my 30-year mark, Scott Spizzano came down here and gave me a nice bottle of whiskey.
Very kind of Scott.
Yeah. He, out of the blue, he comes walking in and goes, hey, man, congratulations. So I thought, I'm going to reciprocate.
Well, you know what they say?
What?
Game recognizes game.
There you go. Couple old radio war horses. So to reciprocate that he did a nice thing, I got him a bottle of whiskey.
Very nice.
And then, just out of all gracious of my heart, I get Sandy a bottle of champagne.
Okay.
Now, she didn't get
That's
me no
nice.
whiskey. Scott gave me the whiskey. It was Mano a Mano, not Mano a Mano Sandy.
Okay, so
I got Sandy a bottle of champagne on top of that.
So quick backstory. Back when Tommy
What a
was
saint.
doing his 30th anniversary.
Oh, it gets worse.
He didn't expect anything from anybody.
No. I was shocked.
We were all surprised.
Yeah.
But then when Scott got him something out of the kindness of his heart,
Couple of cousins.
He then was pissed that nobody else got him anything.
A little short on the carry-out.
But because you're a class guy, you included Sandy with the nice bottle of champagne. Okay, so Sandy is only in studio a couple days a week.
Right. So when I dropped it off Tuesday, she wasn't in. So Scott said, "Hey, I'll give it to her when she comes in. She comes in on Thursday."
All right.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
So I come in this morning. Scott and Sandy are in the studio. I come trucking up the stairs. Right.
Yeah.
Open up the door. Come walking down the hall. I figure she's gonna pop open a door and give me the champagne accolade.
So you're walking by the studio a little slower than normal.
Yeah, slow ride.
Which is like super slow.
Oh, good.
Making sure they see you.
Nothing.
What do you mean nothing?
Nothing. Not like pop open up the door. Thank you so much. I was so nice of you.
Okay.
Nothing.
Well, was she busy doing something? I mean, she was working, right?
They weren't on the air yet.
Okay.
So, yeah, they could have been doing some prep.
Yeah.
I don't know. I come down here. I plop my ass down. We're rapping. I'm waiting. I thought maybe she'd poke her head in the door. Nothing. It is now 8:15. I hit the door religiously at 5:15 in the morning.
So 3 hours.
No, these many hours later, I have not heard nothing.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if Scott forgot to give it to her, so she don't know.
Oh, no. Let's break this down. There are two possible explanations.
But they talk, but they're on air all day. So he would have said, "Oh, Tommy did this nice thing for us."
All right. So
Tommy.
So either Sandy does not feel the need to thank you for the champagne, or has forgotten. And,
But she's not that type.
I don't know. I worked with her for years.
But she seems really buttoned up.
Eh.
What are you saying?
Well, no. I mean, like,
I don't know.
Sandy's the type of woman who, if she doesn't like you, she's not going to pretend. And like, you can't do anything to get like back in her good graces.
I've always had a decent rapport with both of them.
How do you know? You don't talk to Sandy ever.
I did talk to Sandy.
When's the last time you talked to Sandy?
I talked to her husband every couple of days. I'm talking to her husband.
He doesn't have her like on a leash walking around.
But I've waved. Hey,
I wave.
Okay. So
I've known her since she started in radio.
I understand. I get. Oh, wow. No, that sounds condescending.
What?
I brought you here. You're reasoning.
I remember when she was a kid coming in the door.
So, okay, it's possible that Sandy is just not grateful enough, in your opinion, to say thank you.
She doesn't come across as that type of person.
Okay.
She's old school Italian. She was raised better.
Oh.
Wow.
The other possibility is that Spizzano took the bottle of whiskey for himself.
And the champagne.
And the champagne, excuse me. And took the bottle of champagne and brought it home.
He wouldn't do that.
I also worked with Scott.
You're saying he steals?
I'm not saying he steals.
He takes things that are not his?
I am not saying he steals. I'm saying I guess it's not out of the realm of possibility that if it was just sitting there forever and he kept staring at it.
Forever. It's the 1 week.
Well, no, because you brought it up Tuesday.
Yeah,
Brought
it's
it
been a
in
few
Tuesday.
days.
Dropped
right?
it Tuesday.
So
It's
it's
only
been 2
Thursday.
days. Okay, I mean, really?
You said
you could let a bottle of booze sit for 2 days without doing anything with it?
Well, I might have to taste it.
So that means we either have a thief coworker or an ungrateful coworker.
All right.
Which one's worse? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because you would understand Scott stealing a bottle of booze.
That would be shocking.
Okay.
If she did, my feelings would be hurt. If Sandy did not say something.
What would bother you more? If Scott took the booze that you bought for Sandy, or if Sandy took the champagne and was like, okay, and then didn't feel the need to say
Oh, the stiff one to thank you.
That would
Really?
bother you
That
more
would
than
bother
the
you
thievery?
Yeah.
Really?
I almost find what Scott did kind of funny. And shocking as it is, but kind of funny.
Talking about?
Because I guess to your point, the fact that she wouldn't say thank you would just symbolize an issue in your relationship that you
Right.
didn't know existed.
But you would have to have a relationship.
I can also
have
see
a
though, but can you also
relationship.
understand why maybe she thought that you getting her that bottle was totally out of obligation, not because you really wanted
She wouldn't
to do
know.
it? Well, she might, because she does probably know that Scott gave you something, and maybe she just felt like you just got me this because you had to get Scott something.
But I didn't have to get her anything.
No, you kind of did.
And out of the goodness of my heart, I did that. I blessed her with this. Now, I will say
Blessed
that.
her? Did you say blessed?
A little bit of a blessing from T-Breeze. I'll say this, too.
Stop calling yourself T-Breeze.
Everybody's calling me T-Breeze.
Nobody is calling you T-Breeze. You're the only person that's ever said T-Breeze.
If Scott stole the champagne, then that must have been a pretty good bottle of champagne for him to swipe, because nobody swipes cheap. So he knew that he knew I stepped up.
You're almost
He knows that
proud?
he knows that champagne.
Okay.
And that ain't cheap. That ain't no cheap champagne. That ain't no champipple, baby. That's like some straight up good stuff.
Now, let me ask you a
Got
question.
French words on it.
Well, okay, so
All of them.
if Scott stole the champagne, then Sandy would not know you got her a gift.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Are you willing to go to Sandy and ask if she got the champagne? Because that would hurt two ways. Either she got it and didn't say thank you, which makes you look very small. Which makes you look very small, smaller than usual.
Well, I'd like to know she got it.
Or you're blowing in our coworker Spazzano, who maybe just put that in his bag and took it home.
But I gotta know.
So you're gonna blow it?
No, I don't have the balls to walk in there and say
Plus,
anything.
man. Look, you got the balls to sit and tell thousands of
I know.
people right now about what's going on, but you won't walk down the hallway, stick your head in, and be like, "Hey, what about that champagne?"
No,
I don't
'cause
get you.
Then I look like a cheap ass.
Well,
You are a cheap
Yeah.
ass.
no, I'm not. I spend a lot of money.
You're probably
The cheap ass says I spent a lot of money when they go cheap stuff.
You know you're going to get a thank you now, because this is going to get back to Sandy at some point. That you
We're not
didn't-
that popular.
She didn't get a thank you, or you didn't get a thank you. So she's gonna come down here and she's gonna say it just because she has to now, because she knows you're all hurt
Oh
about
no,
it.
that's not Sandy style.
You
either.
don't think she's gonna be like,
if she
"Okay,
comes
Tommy,
down here at all, she's gonna be like, "What? You think I need to thank you for a bottle of champagne? Wow, thanks, Tommy." And then she'll turn around and walk away. I love Sandy. She don't take no crap from nobody.
Yeah, especially when it's directed at me.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. But here's the thing. I don't think Sandy needs to say thank you.
That's proper etiquette.
But it all comes down to why she has the champagne in her hands in the first place. Again, we're talking about Scott Spazzano, Sandy Waters. They are celebrating 25 years together on air, which is a massive accomplishment. There's a big event coming up for them at Three Heads. And because Scott got you a nice bottle of whiskey during your 30th,
Right.
you got Scott a nice bottle of booze, and you got Sandy a bottle of champagne.
Right.
You dropped it off Tuesday. Sandy wasn't here. Scott said he'd give it to her. Well, it is now Thursday. She has not said thank you to you. You've walked by obnoxiously waiting for her to say thank you.
Nothing.
Has not happened. And either Scott has taken that bottle for himself or Sandy is unappreciative.
Good.
Do you do this for the thank yous, or do you do this because it's the nice thing to do?
I do it for the thank yous.
So then it's
Everybody does it for the thank
no,
you.
that's not true. There are people who do things because it's the nice, right thing to do.
But you want a reciprocation.
So no, that's
of
not
a thank
that, though.
you.
That's not that, though. So if you only did it for the thank you,
Give me my thank you.
she shouldn't need to thank you because you did it for the wrong reason.
So you think if your daughter's received a gift, they should never thank anybody?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, what are you saying?
If you got my daughters a gift out of obligation,
No, let's say but you don't know how the gift got there, because she don't know how it got there.
she's not dumb. She's known you for 30 years, like you said.
Your
25
daughters
years.
aren't dumb either.
They're young. They're naive.
You told me she's actually pretty crafty. She sees through things.
The older one is Machiavelli, and the younger one is pretty.
I don't know what religion she is. I'm just saying I would give the child I wouldn't give your child a champagne.
Yeah, way to go. Where are you going with this? Kimmy, you were saying?
Would you be okay with a group thank you? Because it's possible that other people may have gotten her things for
call.
the 25th
I
anniversary.
didn't see a pile of gifts in there.
Well, because they know when she actually comes in, probably. So they brought it in when she's in. But if let's say she got a few different, nice little gifts to say congratulations, and she sends out a group email saying, everybody, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know all of you have really thought about me the last few days, and Scott and I say thank you to everybody.
I don't want a group.
Would that satisfy
No.
you?
I want an individual.
You want an individual thank
and I'll
you.
tell you why. I'll sound like the biggest jerk in the world. Nobody got her a gift like that.
How do you know?
Are you kidding me? This chintz building.
They've given people some
What she
pretty
get
nice
a
gifts in
$10
this-
Tops gift card? I don't want to tell you what I spent on that, but that stuff that was some high end hooch. They had to go in the back and get it.
Did they really?
Yes.
Because they were out of it?
No.
No.
They keep it back
at
there
you.
so looters like you don't grab.
Looters like me. I've never had
Oh
champagne
man,
in
you
my
were
life.
drinking. How much free booze have you drank over there?
No, I think Kimmy brings up a great question, right? Like, if she gives the group thank you,
Group this. I want individual. I went out of my way.
But everybody else who potentially got her something did too.
so if she got 10 gifts, she has to make 10 individual trips to say thank you to 10
No,
different
she can
people.
group everybody else on their crap.
I don't get you.
I want high end.
I don't get you at all.
If somebody goes high end, you don't group. You individual.
You don't. Go ahead, Kimmy.
What if she's like just not a champagne person? She doesn't even know how high end it is. You got to tell her how high end it is.
Listen, because of Bravo, you all know your champagnes and your wines. You're Vanderpumping over here. You're over here with the other one.
You know what's happening here?
What's happening here?
Well, like, if you listen to the show on a regular,
no, Sandy Waters, you did not. I worked with her a very long time.
I did. You don't even know what's her real last name?
Waters.
Nope.
Waterer.
Wetter. Wetter.
It's Italian.
Yeah, no kidding. Look at the woman.
Water.
She's like a walking box of
Agua. Serie agua.
You know, you guys, if you listen to the show on a regular basis, Tommy likes to bust my balls a lot about how you think that I'm kissing everybody's ass around the building, just saying hi to everyone.
Oh, you're Charlie Gladhand.
Hey, what's going on in here today, guy?
Just saying hi to my coworkers.
Yeah,
right?
we had a guy who used to do that. You made fun of him.
He didn't do it like me. I'm doing it out of the kindness of my heart.
Oh, is that what he's doing?
Yeah. You are now trying to get in on that because you see that, you know, people like me and nobody likes you. That's what happened here, Kimmy, and it's pretty obvious.
Not everybody likes you in these studios.
Who could not like me?
I'll introduce you to him.
You don't know the guy either.
Yeah, but I leave him alone.
But Kimmy, he's obviously trying to score points with his coworkers. It's not working because everybody knows what a prick you are here, and you're getting all
Prick
pissed
with
off.
gifts.
Prick with gifts.
I'll tell you what, I'll take a prick with gifts every day. Meet me outside. Give me my gifts, prick.
What are you talking about? I'm all right, Kimmy. If she doesn't
Yeah.
say thank you,
Mhm.
does he chase this down? Is she a bad
No,
person?
he's too much of a coward to
Okay.
do that.
Yeah.
You know it. You're not going to request a thank you. You're
No.
gonna if it doesn't come to you, it's just not happening.
And like, I don't think that there necessarily has to be a thank you when you get a gift from someone you didn't expect it from, especially when
But what
you
kind
don't
of society
know
would
why.
you'd raise your children to do different?
What if you talk to all this crap and she sends you like a handwritten thank you note
That
after
would be
all
nice.
this is said and done?
That'd be a class act.
But you just talked all this crap. You
I
accused her
know.
of being
I know.
ungrateful, and you accused Scott of stealing a bottle of champagne.
Well, you kind of put that bug in my head.
Oh, is that what? It's all my fault. No
Oh, yeah.
personal responsibility.
You don't know. I know, Scott. I
No,
work
I said Scotty. Name me a guy in this building that if a bottle of booze sat on a desk for 3 days, they wouldn't take it home.
It's gone.
I mean, maybe Moose broke it and stole it. All right, let's take a break. Someone who maybe is more familiar with this job needs to explain to us, if the allegations are true, how this man thought he would be able to do this and not get caught. Because it makes zero sense.
Okay.
Kimmy, you'd think the second this was set into motion, it was over.
Yeah.
We'll explain to you how another postal worker in our area is in some serious trouble. Next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Maybe we're missing something here.
What happened?
Maybe there is a way to get away with the allegations this man is facing. But on the surface, with what he's accused of, it seems like the easiest way to get caught for doing anything. And because of the job that he has while doing this alleged crime, he's looking at legitimate jail time.
That's not good, Pat.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can hear our sultry voices.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But did you know you can see our beautiful faces?
Watch us talk.
You can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch, and watch the live stream. Tommy looking very dapper this morning. You look like the NFL's worst agent after a terrible bender the night before. All of that brought to you by our good friends from Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, have you tried their kind hopped water yet?
No, tell me about it.
So I was lucky enough to find some on my desk this morning when I walked in. When you want the taste of Kind IPA, but you don't want the alcohol or calories, reach for a Kind hop water. Crisp, sparkling, clean, and crushable.
So it's fun water.
It's awesome. I love this stuff. And I've never gotten to do like the Mean Joe Green sip into a camera advertisement before.
Okay.
But I'm going to do that right now for all live stream people. You ready?
Well, go ahead. How is it?
Oh, it's so good.
Refreshing.
It is so good.
And it's sparkling water, right?
It tastes like a
But it's
beer,
got
kind of. It's got like a hint of hops in it.
Little
but
kick.
Little
pop.
But no, there's no kick. There's no alcohol. There's no calories. There's
No,
no
but
sugar.
it tastes like
Funny
it's got
to
all
hear Tommy describe something he's never tried.
Well,
it's got a
I
kick.
bet-
It's got a hop. Tastes like beer.
It's so good.
All right. I'll have to check it out.
Look, I feel terrible because I told you I made fun of all of the guys to their faces. Well, like, this is good. Okay,
Well, I
beer
wouldn't think
water,
it's a
shut
pop.
up.
I would think people wanted that.
It's delicious.
Yeah.
It is absolutely delicious. I highly encourage you to try Three Heads Brewery IPA, Kind hot water, not beer but water. At Three Heads, CMF. A mailman in Canandaigua is in some serious trouble this morning.
Ooh, what did it do?
Authorities say the 41-year-old postal worker was stealing checks out of the mail while working his route as a delivery person.
Straight up taking checks.
Yeah. Authorities say that after he would steal the checks from the mail, he would then alter them and deposit the checks into his bank account.
And, Canandaigua was not a big town.
No.
So how was he going to get away with this?
Well, that's
We'll get to that.
kind of what I was thinking.
I'll give you the rest of the details here. Because he is an employee of the U.S. Postal Service, he's looking at serious punishment and crime if he's convicted. It's a federal crime. And we found out that group we learned just a few years ago, the post office cops, were part of the investigative team that busted him. Yes. Kimmy, can you do me a favor, Google the potential punishment from stealing mail if you're a postal service worker? Because, Tommy, in the past, folks that are accused of things similar to this have gotten sentences in jail between 1 and 2 years.
Yeah.
It's fined heavily and spend up to 5 years in a federal prison.
Federal prison. This guy is accused of stealing checks out of the mail. And...
So he probably gets whacked with bank fraud too, then, right?
I mean, I don't know.
On top
I forgot
of this,
about that.
You would think maybe, possibly.
because the other ones are like gift cards and stuff. But
Yes.
This guy's literally
Right. There's a whole
rewriting
operation.
checks.
But maybe because the punishment will be so severe here, you don't even need
Focused
to
on
file
one
this
thing.
other
But the
child.
bank may be pissed off too.
Possibly. I mean, all of these things are possible.
But Canandaigua's got their own bank.
All right. So you had asked a question, which is a valid question.
What's that?
How did the hell, if this guy is guilty, think he was not
Yeah.
going to
Right.
get caught? Because there are two major problems with this plan. One, a bunch of missing checks on his routes.
Literally follow the trail.
Thank you.
So
right?
people are going, hey, I'm not getting my checks here.
Exactly. And it would be one thing if these were getting picked out of the mail in the processing room because it would spread across the whole area, right?
This is his route.
And he wasn't allegedly taking them out of like the blue boxes where they were dropped off or swiped them out of mailboxes. They were all supposed to be, according to the story, delivered on his route. When folks started to report checks missing, Kimmy, you're right.
There'd be a pattern there.
Thank you.
Could kind of pinpoint it.
You'd think that would immediately make him a suspect. But even, Tommy, if he managed to beat that suspicion, the story says he deposited the checks into his bank account.
Right, so that would spike, right? All of a sudden, he's got all his money going into his account.
Yes.
From these strange checks.
Yes, and you would have to take them to a bank or an ATM or put them in a banking app so they could be deposited into an account you have access to, which means eventually all of the missing money would be in a big old pile with his name on it.
Yeah.
Also, that money went missing from his route. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
we are not the smartest people.
Yeah.
And maybe we don't understand how scams like this work. So if there is something that we do not understand here, please call us at 252-WCMF. If the allegations are true, what are we not understanding that he could have done to hide what he's accused of doing?
I don't think. I can't imagine how you could grab those checks any other way.
Like, I mean,
how
could you grab those checks any other way and make money? You wouldn't. You would.
Right. So he only has one option if you're grabbing checks.
Because, like, here's the thing.
Is to forge them.
Right.
Well, we talked. No, you're right. I'm saying
and your
just,
name would be on that.
Right.
just grabbing the mail, period. Again,
Right.
it's going to start to show up, and it's specific stuff, it seems like, right?
Yeah.
Like, we'd be naive to think that the post office, whatever, is going to catch every single person.
It's
right?
impossible.
Okay, but is it easy enough to pull this off where this guy thought he could be this brash
In
and
a small town.
Right? Like, that's kind of alarming to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless this guy's, like, if the allegation is true, really dumb. But he's a 41-year-old dude. I mean,
There's some dumb 41-year-olds.
There's some dumb 60-somethings.
Oh, tell me about it.
Yeah, because I guess what would be your plan for explaining it away? Like, why would you think they wouldn't come to you with questions? Even if let's say you weren't caught right away, like you're still, I'm going to guess, going to be asked about the missing mail.
And, like, what was your alibi if they came to you? That was going to be a rock solid, of course I couldn't do this because X, Y, Z. There may be a more pertinent question to ask.
What's the pertinent?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, authorities say a 41-year-old postal worker was stealing checks out of the mail while working his route in Canandaigua. They say he would take the checks out of the mail, he would alter them, and then deposit them in his bank account because he is a Postal Service employee. This is a federal crime, and similar stories. In fact, one's not as severe as these allegations, have gotten jail time of like 1 to 3 years. He's looking at a massive fine and 5 years in prison. Is there more temptation in being a postal worker than we once thought?
Well, it's like kind of like the mystery of opening something that, could have value to it. I guess I get the draw of that, but I would think like just being around that every day, that would wear off.
Okay.
Especially if I'm looking at 5 years of prison.
Right.
I mean, that's just it. So you have that issue, right? We've seen 2 other stories fairly recently.
Yeah.
There was that woman in the city who was caught allegedly taking cash and gift cards and envelopes out of her truck. Remember, they had her on camera. Then there was that guy who ran the Greece post office who was having drugs shipped to the post office from the cell and then reportedly doing blow in his office with coworkers. I mean, look, as a post office worker, you have a lot of access to valuable things, right? And these stories we're telling you are just in the last year in our area. Maybe the temptation is too much for the average person to handle.
But it's always been there.
Maybe.
I mean, as a matter of fact, it was probably even easier back in the day when people literally put
Probably
cash
was.
in envelopes.
Also harder to catch those people.
Yeah. All right.
Do you think that because if you have the same mailman or mailwoman
It's male person.
and they've been doing it for a long time, years and years, and they get to know the people along the route, and you get to know would that make them more comfortable stealing from you or less because you feel like you have a personal relationship with the people that you're delivering to?
I feel like
because like they wouldn't accuse me, they know me,
Getting to know somebody would have to make it harder to steal from them.
I would think, because now you're putting a face to whoever you're screwing over.
But Kimmy's right. Like, if you have a good relationship with them, they wouldn't suspect you.
Right. I mean, I have a really good relationship with our postman.
Okay. Like, you say that like you brag. Like you're bragging every single time you bring it up.
I have very unique relationships with people.
No, but like the only good relationships you have with people are people that need you to say they did a good job.
Those are the people you want.
No. Like, the folks that work at the store are not your friends.
But they bring me food.
Okay.
He brings me mail.
Those
are the people I want to be friends with.
Okay.
You don't bring me nothing.
I bring you happiness.
You brought me one giant zucchini.
How about 3 giant zucchinis?
Yeah, all year.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. I just wanted to share this story. I worked at the General Mail facility in Henrietta back in the 80s, and in the building they've got these lookouts that run the entire perimeter of the building, and they have mirrored windows, and the inspectors will look and watch the employees because to prevent theft. And there used to be this one mail handler clerk who used to like to steal the nickels off the postcards. It would go out to people that they were getting charity by offering nickels to people.
Sure, I remember that. Yeah.
And he would steal the nickels, and they told it that the inspectors cut him all kinds of slack. They would come down and say, "Charlie, you got to stop stealing these nickels." And this guy was a really big, obese guy. He was kind of handicapped. And then one day, the inspectors had to walk him out the door because he kept stealing them nickels. And watch this, it's a federal offense, so you go to a federal prison for that kind of thing.
So he went to federal prison for stealing nickels.
No, for 35 cents.
Nickels. Guy's making $100,000 a year as a mail clerk, but he's got to steal nickels.
All right. Well, Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
And that was in the 1980s, and guys were making $100,000.
Did anyone see any of that story
No.
coming when we started
took
the
some
call?
turns.
Did not. None of it.
Man, it was
I don't think
so...
we needed the description of the
I
guy.
mean, well, you don't want to hurt him. He already was
Yeah.
stealing nickels. Kimmy, pass the punishment. You're right. That's supposed to be a deterrent. You would think the bigger reason why folks who work at the post office would stay on the straight and narrow, it's a job with great benefits.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a great gig.
Government job,
Right.
it has a pension, and it's hard, and it's got to be tedious.
Yeah.
But if you can
There's
do
a payoff.
it, you set yourself up for life.
Oh, yeah.
Right, like these folks that have been busted. I mean, this guy facing the allegations, the other two that have been convicted, right? They haven't just been busted. They're not just losing time behind bars. They're losing a solid job and a retirement.
Yeah.
Which,
You're blowing up your life.
but it also speaks to maybe how hard temptation can be to
Okay.
fight.
Yeah.
If you know it's right there, are you able to do it? All right, so with that being said, check your mail.
Oh, I do.
Good. No, you don't. You don't. Guess what, buddy?
Right.
It's back.
What's back?
You're not going to care, but almost every other American does.
So one of you things?
It's one of everybody but you things.
It's just me. I'm out.
Well, look, man, when the Super Bowl ended, we knew it was going to be a long, dark march into the next NFL season.
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
What?
Tonight, it's over.
Wait, they were still in training camp.
Yeah.
There's no game.
It's the biggest game of August. Next here in the break room, 96.5 WCMF. Tonight is the night.
What are you talking about?
We're all the way back. What do you mean? What am I talking
It's
about?
the middle of the week.
Yeah, no kidding. It's Thursday night.
When does it actually start?
Tonight.
That's not a
That's what
night.
he's trying to tell you.
Oh my God! What is he not
Tonight
getting
isn't a
here?
night?
Tonight's the night.
What's the night?
It's gonna be all right.
What are they gonna do?
All the thing. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Listen, quell your worries.
Quell me up.
With your chance at a share of $100,000.
Da.
Thank you. What the hell was that? Download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday to get your daily entry for a chance at your share of $100,000. In this national contest, good luck from your friends here on CMF. Tonight is the first football game of the upcoming NFL season.
Kind of early.
Texans, Bears, live from Canton, Ohio, the Hall of Fame game, ladies and gentlemen. You didn't know this?
No, I did not.
You haven't been counting down the hours?
I have not.
Kimmy, are you going to watch this game tonight?
Yeah, I'll tune in for a little bit. It's kind of, it's exciting that football's kicking off, but it's preseason football.
Okay, first of all, it's the first football we've gotten since the Super Bowl is over, so it doesn't matter if it's preseason football. Second of all, the backdrop to this game is always super cool.
Yeah.
Oh, who doesn't love Ohio?
Well, no,
and not even the cool Ohio. The Ohio nobody goes to, even if you live in Ohio.
I think it's a cool thing if you're there and you go, and it's a unique experience on TV.
Welcome to Canton. You're right next door to Warren.
So tonight, first overall pick of the NFL draft, Bears quarterback Caleb Williams.
Caleb
will not be playing.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Stephon Diggs, former Bill and newest member of the Houston Texans, most likely will not be playing.
So it's all schlubs.
Yeah, well, look, so these teams get an extra preseason game. It's added on to their schedule. So it's almost certain that no one that will ever matter at all throughout the season will see the field.
So who's watching this
I
tonight,
will be
considering you got the Olympics on?
I mean, that's what sucks.
You've only got like
competing
primetime
against
Olympics.
other stuff right now. Usually this time of year is
Right.
just a complete dead zone, so you're thrilled to have it back. But I don't know, there's more exciting stuff on.
I might have to go double screen.
I'd rather watch male gymnastics.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, I'll watch that tonight.
Good. So the cool thing about this tonight.
Nothing.
Well,
What?
I'll tell you what. So Caleb Williams, first overall pick,
He ain't
Bears
playing.
quarterback. He's not playing tonight, which means the Bills, who kick off their preseason schedule a week from Saturday against the Bears in Orchard Park, that game will feature the NFL debut of first overall pick Caleb Williams. So
Preseason style.
yeah, but it's still going to be his first NFL action.
Your first glimpse.
You got it. So if you have tickets to that Bills preseason game a week from Saturday,
Man, what a thrill you're getting.
you laugh. Go look at what it costs to get in that game.
Oh, go ahead. I will. How much?
My tickets are double face value.
Really?
Why?
People want to get in and see the Bills, and this will be the least expensive way to do it. It's still over face value. Now, I'm sure as we get closer to the game,
Yeah.
the ticket prices will drop, but that's like one of those, like, I was there when. Like, if Caleb Williams has,
Blows up.
if he blows up and becomes, Peyton Manning or Tom Brady or whoever, right? You were there to watch him in his first ever
Okay.
time in a Bears uniform. If not, he becomes someone you don't even remember.
Yes.
Like, for example, I was at Heath Schuler's first ever NFL game.
Keith Schuler.
Keith Schuler, that's how much
Well,
he
you
does
didn't
it
even
better.
get Keith?
But that's what I mean. Like, I remember being a kid. I was like 5, 6 years old. Like, oh, Heath Schuler's first game. And nope.
No.
And he went into politics, and I don't know what the hell happened to him. So you'd rather watch the Olympics over this preseason game, Kimmy?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I think that's
I
fair.
think so.
I think that's
I
fair.
would pass on both.
Yeah.
You're not going to watch What are you going to watch?
Something on Netflix.
On Netflix. I'll watch a documentary. Maybe they catch the murderer in this documentary.
Oh, they're getting close to this son of a bitch.
Shut up.
They think he's in Utah.
Is there like a halftime? Is there like a musical performance at all at any point?
So
do,
I went-
do
He's
they
going to
bring
be
out
some
anybody?
Ohio schlub act.
I didn't know if like they bring it because it's the
Some
kickoff to
polka
everything.
band.
If they bring in anybody, I can't remember.
I went to the Hall of Fame game a couple years ago,
Nothing?
and I don't think there was a halftime show or anything like that.
Who would sign up for that? You would have to be this lowest level celeb
It's on-
to do a halftime of a Hall of
it's a
Fame
national
game.
Yeah, you get a lot of
broadcast.
eyes on it. So
It's a national broadcast of a nothing game.
It's I bet you, I am willing to, maybe not.
and it's
'cause
a busted ass stadium.
So the Olympics have been doing massive ratings. I bet you that this NFL preseason game
the
tonight
worst.
outdraws any Major League Baseball game that's live.
Well, I'll give you
Well, no,
that.
but I mean, like, that's a professional sport. In the heat of we're coming up to the trade deadline, things matter now, and it's going to beat every Major League Baseball game.
All right. Well, we know football rules over baseball.
But that's my football rules over everything. Maybe not the
Yeah.
Olympics
Right.
because the Olympics have been getting great ratings. And like, who is going to be on the replay? Because We get to watch it live during the day.
Yeah, but they replay it at night.
Right.
You got it.
It's all a recap.
So they're going to give you all the top stuff on prime time.
That's what I mean. I'm trying to figure out.
Swimming, gymnastics.
Do we know what is on the primetime broadcast for the Olympics?
Well, I know
tonight?
that there's
Is it
the
golf?
all-around gymnastics today.
For the ladies?
For the
Individual.
women.
Yeah, that'll kill.
That's number
golf starts today.
They're not going to replay a whole golf match after
I think that
8
there may
o'clock.
be some basketball on.
Well, Team USA played basketball yesterday. They're gonna play back to
The
back.
women's team, maybe?
Okay, all right, that makes sense.
And you got golf. You got the top golfers in the
Track
world.
and field starts today, but again, I think it's just the speed walking, or what do they call it?
Race walk.
Race walking.
Yes.
Track and field, I'm out.
Wait, track and
That's
field's
the
the
most
most exciting
exciting.
one, you idiot! What?
Really?
It's the worst.
Are you
You're
serious?
so
What,
weird.
PE?
You have some weird takes this morning.
All right, what? What are you going to watch? The shot put? The javelin?
I love all of that stuff.
Of course
well, first
you
of all,
do.
the races are
Yeah.
amazing, right?
There's only 2 races.
No, there's a lot of races.
No, the 2
1,000
fast
races.
people
Oh, my God.
that we have. We have a man and a woman, like 2 fastest in the world.
Yeah, but they compete in multiple events.
You don't like to watch a long jump or like the
The
javelin?
relay?
Or like
The relay's always the most exciting.
You're right.
Well, only because they might fall down.
They might drop the baton.
Only
Big
'cause-
deal.
Ooh.
All right.
I mean, it's just so much more exciting sports than this stuff.
Not,
It's like
right now.
ancient-ass sport.
That's what makes it, bro. This is the most basic of competition. What is
And we moved on, man.
Every man says man who's not going to watch NFL preseason games
We have
tonight.
NASCAR.
Breakdancing, we were just talking about that.
Oh, I can't
I
wait
am
for-
watching breakdance.
What are you watching breakdancing for, you milk toast ass bitch?
Because I told you, I knew a kid that used to do it where I used to work.
Oh,
He was
maybe
like
he'll be
in
at the Olympics. How old is he now?
He's probably in his 70s. Breakdancing Lenny. He was really good.
You did not call him breakdancing Lenny.
Yeah, that was his name. His name was Lenny.
Breakdancing Lenny.
Come up with something more creative.
Well, look who we're working with here.
It was the early 80s, man.
They just started touching on nickname technology.
No, he used to put the cardboard down and do it. He was amazing.
Wow.
I've never seen it before.
I love how Tommy's trying to get street cred. What he thinks is street cred. Oh, I watch breakdancing.
Hey, I was doing it before you were, buddy.
So you were breakdancing?
No. But I watched the kid do it.
Wow.
And we tipped him.
Bad back. You can't be
tipped him?
breakdancing.
Yeah.
Wait. You threw money at a guy breakdancing?
He was a high school kid.
At store?
So this kid was part-time in the produce department. He would break dance on his break. We'd all come back there and watch him, and we'd give him money.
How old were you when you were doing this?
My 20s.
What a weird
Let me
scene.
nope, I just want to.
What's weird about
I
a
just
bunch
wanna-
of southern white guys watching this kid breakdance in
and
his high
pay
school?
him
Yeah.
outside the
Yeah.
back of the store?
Yeah.
You guys are
I'm making-
suckers.
Huh?
He played you.
Yeah.
Carrie, that is the most.
Right.
It's one of those things that feels uncomfortable, but it's not uncomfortable, but it feels
He
uncomfortable.
was very charming in Americana.
No, I remember. Remember that song? Willie Nelson would do about tipping the kid who's breakdancing behind the grocery store. Oh, he's dancing again. Get your dollar bills out. He's dancing again. All right, so enjoy some preseason football. Enjoy some Olympics.
Some breakdancing.
And dear God, don't tip the teenage boy breakdancing. Let's take a break. They say always have a plan B.
Yes.
Right? Like you can't think of a scenario in your life where having a plan B would be a negative.
I guess you found one.
Well, I mean, it would be here, and it's become
Oh, yeah.
so. What's the word I'm looking for? I guess popular is not the word. This is
Okay.
happening more than you would think, and so much so that it's been given a name because you know that your spouse loves you, right? But if something were to happen to you,
Yeah.
well, who's she going to bunk up with then?
If I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, she would have to have something ready to go, right? We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, they say always have a plan B.
Oh, yeah.
And that's good policy for most aspects of your life.
Yeah.
Here, not so much.
So bad plan B?
Well, look, having this backup plan would have to lead to more heartbreak and regret, even though, according to experts, it's happening more and more.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 9:30, our good buddy Mike Danger is back live at Buffalo Bills training camp.
Boy.
And there are two
bag.
There are two very important things we have to talk about.
Yeah.
One, all of the safeties are broken.
Right there. Everybody's hurt?
Yeah.
In the most important position,
not
arguably, in
great.
the defense, when you were already thin when two guys left.
Now, I heard on a previous broadcast we were in pretty good shape with the health of this team.
Yeah.
Coming into camp, pretty healthy.
You know, it's funny when you say things that are spoken into existence, you say there's no such thing as a jinx. When somebody else does it.
What? I'm just saying just right here.
Oh, we'll get to that. And the NFL put out their list of the best 100 players, right? They do this every year.
Okay, they rank them up.
Yep, Josh Allen came in last night with his number. And are you kidding me right now? There's this many players you think that are better than Josh Allen in the NFL?
Really? He's tanking?
Well, what do you do? How do you spin it into that?
Well, you made a face.
We'll get into it just after 9:30 with Mike Danger live from Bill's training camp here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Are you being cushioned?
Cushioned. What does that do?
Cushioning is a new term involving someone you think you could be with if your relationship you're in now were to end.
Oh.
It's essentially a plan B.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh.
But in your mind, or you're actively doing things to foster that relationship?
Well, the story in the Huffington Post this month talks about the rise of cushioning and why people are doing it more. And Kimmy, it seems that this is a relationship that you are nurturing.
So you think I got a shot? Like my relationship tanks over here, I got a shot at somebody over here.
Oh, not just a shot. It's something that you are actively pursuing just in case your relationship
All
goes
right.
away.
So you're nurturing it,
yes,
working it.
Exactly. So they say work is a big place where this will start to happen.
Makes sense.
Someone you would be romantically interested in, you intentionally keep a line of communication open with, and you're not planning on cheating. You don't want to leave your spouse for that person. But if things with who you're with were to come to an end, this is someone you could see yourself with.
Okay.
And they use the term cushioning because having them in your life as a romantic partner would cushion the hard landing after a breakup. This may sound innocent, but most of the time, experts say it's not. Because although there isn't anything physical, it does involve flirting, and it does involve fantasy. And the relationship experts they talk to in this story say most of the time, the person you're using as your cushion is actually the opposite of the person that you're with.
Oh.
So whatever personality your spouse has, right, that cushion, a lot of the time, is not them. I will read you a quote.
Okay.
Quote, "You're cultivating a secret flirtation with someone who represents an exaggerated rebellion against the challenges in one's current relationship. For example, if you're with an anxious person, you would then be drawn to cushion with someone who is more relaxed and kind of a bum."
Cool guy.
Well, yeah, laid back. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do you see this as a problem, or do you see this as human nature always having a backup plan?
I mean, it sounds like you looking.
Well, no, that's just it. You're not looking.
No,
But
you
you
kind of
but you are
though.
looking.
I mean,
yeah.
it's a thought it's an active thought in your head.
Yeah.
Like,
Which is you're not in a good space.
I would think you think it's not going to work out or
Right.
something bad is going to happen in your current relationship.
Well, I mean, there's
Like inevitably you're gonna tank. I got it. It's a tough word.
Well, look, I mean, if you want to play percentages, if you want to be an old-timey baseball manager,
Yeah.
1 in 3 at minimum, marriages don't work out.
But you're hedging your bet.
Right.
Yes, that's
Like
exactly
you literally put a face on it though, and an ass.
And I would also wonder, is this something that you have in the back of your mind from the beginning of your relationship, or something that pops into your brain over time? Because then I'm thinking, are things starting to change in your relationship where you want that plan B all of a sudden?
Well, that's a good question, because I think there's another way to look at this. Like, Kimmy, are you actively looking for a cushion for this reason? Like, are you just seeking out who it could be? Or does someone pop up in your life who you're like, I could see myself with them if I wasn't with my partner?
Right.
Is that a bad thought to have?
I think it is.
Okay. So you're telling me...
Because you're showing interest. You're
attractive.
thinking about what it would be like to be with that person, right? I mean...
You never thought about that, about anyone else in the world since
I
you met your
don't
husband?
think
You
so.
are completely devoted to that big side of beef.
Oh,
over
yeah,
there.
but she's got a May, but that's sweet, right?
Really? I hear he can't catch a bat. That's what I heard.
He can catch everything else with that chest.
So you're telling me
No.
that if you found out your husband had a plan B, it would bother you?
Yeah. No, yeah, I wouldn't. It would definitely put some thoughts into my head. Like, do I also need a plan B here? What's going on?
Well, I mean, Tommy, if you found out your wife had a plan B, it would bother you?
Yeah.
You don't think your wife has a plan B?
No.
You don't think your wife
And
has
also,
a plan
like
B?
that plan B
Look
would
who's
have to
talking.
be.
Oafus.
Got that?
Yeah. I got there.
I don't even know where you were going that you got there.
That plan B would also have to be a single person, unless you
Nah,
plan on
that's-
breaking up a
really, no.
relationship.
Yeah, I mean, look, it doesn't say necessarily it
Right.
has to be
I mean,
a single
probably,
person.
but there could be, yeah.
So the most interesting part of this cushioning idea,
Yeah.
some experts believe that people who are doing this right now don't even realize it.
They just. Okay, so it's subconsciously they're doing it, not thinking about it.
Yes, you're keeping someone close, a member of the opposite sex that you would want to be with just in case, and you have no idea why. Like, there could be people in this moment listening to this conversation that realize they are doing this and didn't realize it until just now.
Oh.
What's really interesting to me is you said they're pursuing people, I guess that would be the opposite of their current partner, when I know people who have had spouses pass away or they get a divorce and they end up dating somebody very close to that person that's very similar to that person
So I
that
think
they lost.
I think there's a different dynamic there.
Okay.
Right? Because again, this is just fantasy. 252
Yeah.
WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this new term, cushioning. It's essentially having a plan B in your relationship. And they use work as an example, right? Like, your relationship's fine, you love your partner, but just in case that relationship were to end, I'm going to keep this person who I also think I could be in a relationship with close to me.
Yeah.
Flirt with them a little, have a good time. You're not going to cheat. You're not going to do anything like that. But just in case my relationship ends, this could act as a cushion to my hard fall from a relationship. Kimmy, I understand why someone whose partner passed away or they went through a rough
going through something
divorce
traumatic.
would want to be with someone that was like them because it's safe and comfortable.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I've already gone through so many changes.
Right.
This keeps me straight. In this fantasy world that
You're not thinking of the aftermath
Exactly.
of things.
In your head, if you're using this cushioning thing, it's never going to happen.
Right.
Right. This is exciting, so I don't have to
It's
worry
what you
about
think you would want.
Exactly.
It's almost like that game, Who Would You Do? In a way, it kind of would be like, who would you do?
You idiot.
You know, that old fun game, Who Would You Do?
No, but it's like, in your back of your head, because if you're talking to that person that way, you're kind of fantasizing.
Well, but I think that there's a difference, though, because there are people that you may be attracted to, but we're talking about a full-on
Thank you.
relationship. I could make this work. I could see myself with that person a long period of time.
He doesn't see the difference between those two things.
Yeah.
If he do her, I'll marry her.
But you know how guys.
Do you want to get married? I'll do you.
But you know how guys think. The first thing they're gonna think is she's hot.
But there's more to it than just that person's attractive, I guess is my point. Like,
Right,
if you are literally thinking that that's somebody you could spend time with, you're thinking a little bit deeper than just.
But I think women think that way more than men.
You're telling me.
I think men think about the sex first.
Okay, thinking about it first is one
Right,
thing.
but-
Like,
but,
wanting
yeah.
to be in a relationship with somebody is completely different. I will say this.
What?
I think it's more common for a man to be introduced to a very attractive woman, speak to her, find out that they don't have much in common and be like, oh, I can't be with her, than for a man to meet a woman that he's not initially super attracted to and over time be like, oh, wow, I really like her. I can be in a relationship with her.
I think I do not believe that.
Okay.
So you
I
don't
think men are just scummy sex hoes.
I don't know where to go from
There is
here.
nowhere to go.
I like all the guys we met knew. You think those guys were like sensitive? Oh man, I
but
want
you're
to build a
talking
house
about
with
cheating.
you, and not cheating.
But you
but
kind of
if they got dumped, that's who they would want to be with intimately.
Oh, so you're only with your wife because she was
No,
doable.
no, man, she's one of the good ones.
That's what you're saying here,
No,
man.
but guys initially think about
Yes.
a rump.
No, fine. I'll even give you that. That guys initially are
Right.
attracted physically.
But
Yes,
when we're
over
talking about-
time.
No, because you rolled your eyes when I said exactly what you were about to say back to me. You don't believe that. Don't try and spit out of it because you realize what an ass you sounded like.
I think guys will look past a lot of bad habits if she's hot.
You don't.
To them.
But you don't think, like, when it comes to forming a plan B for yourself as a man, you're not looking for somebody who you think's going to take care of you and do things for you that your current partner may do. You know what I mean?
Yes, but that's also very selfish.
No,
They're not
the
thinking
whole
of,
thing's selfish.
Like, no, but it's kind of a
Why
selfish
don't you
thing.
think of the needs of the person you're assuming will take over the role of your spouse when they're dead?
But oh, she'll cook for me. She'll do this for me. She'll do that for me.
Mm-hmm.
That's not really. I mean, you're looking for like fulfilling needs, but maybe not a relationship. You're almost looking for a maid.
All right. Why don't you just turn his mic down and let him talk to himself? Because I have another.
Like my brain is scrambled right now.
Kimmy,
blame me.
Everything was fine until you started talking.
Truth. Dropping truth bombs all over this joint.
You just said the word truth. Kimmy, I would think that if you are in a relationship, and if I'm wrong, tell me, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, you would be more interested in someone who would let you be independent. You don't want them to take care of you. You don't want them to tell you what to do or where to be or I'm going to do your laundry for you. I mean, like, part of getting into that rut of a married life, and if you think I'm wrong, Tommy, tell me.
Oh, no, I don't want to say anything.
Oh, my butt hurts. Oh, I say stupid stuff. I get cold on it. I don't want to talk
Guys
anymore.
don't get boners. Go ahead.
You think you're looking for a different type of relationship?
Well, I mean, look, and when you're with someone, this goes back to the conversation we had early this morning at like 6:20 about that woman that refused to do things for her husband. I think that one of the biggest frustrations for men as they get older in a marriage is the independence that gets taken away when your spouse starts doing things for you.
Yes.
Right? She's going to buy clothes for you. He's going to do things for you. We're going to make dinner, but this is what we're going to have.
We're not your own person.
Exactly. We're trying to stay healthy. You have now rules you have to follow. Kimmy, I think one of the more attractive things for a guy, if he was spinning into another relationship, is having a say again. Not that your wife,
voice.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
But doesn't that kind of come with any new relationship, though? Like, I guess my question would be then, what are you looking for in a person that gives you that, other than just the fact that it's a new person?
I mean, it's someone that's maybe more independent than the person you're with now. Someone that allows
Well, but at
you
some
to be.
point, that other person was independent before you got together, right?
I mean, not necessarily. You are talking to people, a generation where women moved out of their parents' house into their husbands'
true,
homes.
yeah.
Right? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this new term. It's called cushioning. It's essentially a plan B for your relationship. Someone you have in your life of the opposite sex or that you're attracted to, right? That you don't want to cheat with them. You're not planning on cheating with them, but you're keeping them close just in case the relationship that you're in now doesn't work out. It's someone that can cushion the fall of breaking up with that spouse. And in this article, they talk to relationship experts who say there are people doing this that don't even realize they're doing this. You are keeping these people close just in case. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
What's up, you jackasses? Anyway, so I think I have an idea of what you're talking about, but I'm very confused because of Tommy. But so going from my last relationship to like whatever the next one is, I want somebody who's the complete opposite of my ex-wife.
Okay.
So like I want somebody that's like can actually listen to me. If I have
Good luck with that.
Shut up, Tommy. But like, they're gonna actually hear me out. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's somebody that's supportive is like what I want. Like, not like that chick that was on this morning. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Like, dude, shut up. Just make the sandwich, please. That's all I'm asking.
But I don't know where you are either. Now you're scrambling my brain.
Ben has needs.
Just make the sandwich.
Yes, I have needs. I
want you to listen to me be supportive of Make My Sandwich.
No, Kimmy's taking shots at me. You know it's a bad call when the kindest person in this room can't even handle it, Ben.
I'm sorry.
Hey, she's out there,
I'm
buddy.
the most open book that there is.
No, you're right.
Okay, so you're saying you want something completely different than the last one. But would you have said that, I guess, when you were in that relationship?
Maybe. Because, like, I mean, I'll be brutally honest. I never felt like I was 100% appreciated in my last relationship. And that's working, like, 50, 60 hours a week. And then I come home and I put a dish in the wrong place. And all hell breaks loose.
Sure, I know. I'm sure there's a lot of people in their relationships right now that feel that way. Look, I'm being serious, man.
It's tough.
Yeah, no, I get it. but like a dish, you could literally just pick the dish up and move it somewhere else.
All right, but now you're fighting with a woman that's not in this room, okay? I mean, like, I feel for you, buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to let it out, but we got to take some more calls. Thank you for the call, Ben. Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, therapy starts at 1.
Well, look, man, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. As much as we love to bust Ben's balls,
Yeah.
I don't think that his experience is a
No.
unique experience,
No.
right? You know, both men and women feeling underappreciated, not understanding why little things set people off. And then you see that shining beacon down the hall from where you work.
It doesn't take it for granted.
Exactly. Yes. Right. They appreciate what I do at my job, or they appreciate the things that I do at the gym, or that whatever it is.
Or they
wherever
just
you meet
listen.
that person. Yes.
You got to listen.
Shut up. You know, when it comes to this cushioning at work, it kind of changes the idea of the work-wife, work-husband dynamic. You guys have heard that term before, right? That fun little relationship at work, it's not romantic, but you spend time, you're relying on
They
another
almost sound
person.
like an old couple sometimes, right?
Is that term work husband, work wife now problematic?
Yeah, I mean, I would be a little concerned. And I think we've all seen relationships at work where we're like, hey, those two people are really close.
Right.
Not that you think anything happened, but you know that like if either of their significant others saw it, maybe they would feel uncomfortable.
It's a little too cozy, yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'll say this. My wife has referred to Kimmy as my work wife.
Well, she's never seen you two together. She want nothing to do with your dumb ass.
No, I mean, that's but
Y'all ain't cozy at all.
The point I'm making is this. You idiot. No, because as soon as I say work wife,
we're like work siblings.
Yeah, I think that's
Yes.
actually the perfect way to
Yes.
put it. But when Tommy says work wife, there's already in his head a sexual connotation.
Not
to
a sec, but you act like a couple that's together. That's all that means.
Oh,
Not
really?
You get along well.
Take away the private
No,
parts.
I know you went private parts because I saw you do this. If you're watching the live stream, he did this slow, smug nod. There it is, you idiot. I mean, work wife, work husband doesn't have to be sexual. And Kimmy, I was wildly uncomfortable when my wife said it, and I asked her to never do it again.
Right.
Yeah. Ugh. Does it bother you that my wife sees you in that way?
I mean, I guess if your wife's saying it, then she may think of it in a different way. But yes, I don't want to be referred to as your work wife.
Okay.
For the record.
No, I mean, we're both
Yes.
on the same
Okay.
page
Yeah.
here,
All
right?
Yeah.
But I don't know, like if you were to go home and refer to someone at the job you have as your work wife or your work husband, would your spouse be bothered by that?
I would think so.
Like, okay, we're talking about Sandy Waters down the hall. Let's say you worked on a regular basis with Sandy Waters. You came home and you go, oh, Sandy, my work wife. Your wife would be bothered?
I think she'd be bothered. It's a weird thing to say.
She thinks that any other woman would want to have anything to do with you ever?
Hey, I literally had a work wife.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Not good.
My point exactly.
I too. No, but I would. Yeah, I would. I think that's a weird thing to say.
Okay.
Because it does sound. It does give it a level of intimacy.
But not sexual, even though you said nothing can be intimate without being sexual at the same time.
But y'all getting close.
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
If you came home and said that someone at this job was your work husband, would that bother your husband?
Yeah, probably. I would imagine.
He's seen this
If
crew.
Yeah. He'd probably be more concerned with who it is.
Is your husband the jealous type?
I don't think he I think it would bother him. Yeah. I wouldn't call him necessarily an overly jealous person, but I think if I started to constantly be talking about somebody else at work, yeah, it would bug him.
I think wrapping this all up, the one thing that sucks about this whole here's what cushioning is discussion, right? It can also make us all paranoid when we don't have anything to worry about. Because like looking for things at your spouse's job that aren't there could be just as bad as having somebody like in the wings waiting. Because like as bad as it would be for your partner to have a backup plan, it would be just as bad for you to insert yourself in their work life and shut down the relationships that they have to have for work because you're jealous.
Yeah.
Right? Like
That doesn't work either. Because I've seen that too.
It'll stifle them socially.
Yeah.
It'll hold them back in their career.
It usually tanks the marriage.
Yes, it'll make them resent you.
Yeah.
So like really, after this whole discussion of what this is and what it can be and what it could lead to, all you can do is trust.
Yeah. Well, that's what you have to have trust.
Oh, shut up, man. Looking, touching, feeling. You're Sinatra doing Journey. Another. All right, let's take a break. Our good buddy from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger, is back live at Bill's camp, but we got a serious problem early on. And how does this keep happening, Kimmy?
I don't know.
What is it about this position?
I don't know. I guess we're just putting a Band-Aid on it for now and hoping for the best.
But, like, here's the thing. Like, you can make the argument the last couple of years, the injuries in this spot were due to the age of the guys. But these guys are not old guys anymore, and now they're dropping like flies. Flies, guys.
Right, guys?
And Josh Allen wildly disrespected again.
Wow.
We'll get into that. And it's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we got to bitch it out.
Yep, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you next here in the break room on CMF. Maybe it was never the age of these guys. Maybe it's the position they play in this defense.
Oh.
How does this keep happening?
Well, I am noticing a lot of like younger people with a lot of older people health issues.
Oh my! That's not what I'm saying.
I'm just saying. I am
think
noticing
Tommy's
like
your
doing
mic's
his-
off. Your mic's off.
I am noticing like y'all frail.
I think Tommy's doing his own show today. Like we are bringing up topics and he's just saying what he wants to say.
I'm just saying,
You're
man.
hanging,
just saying,
These
old people
these
injury.
youngins shouldn't be getting banged up.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic
They should
Rock
be ready to
96.5
go.
WCMF. We'll get to all of this Bill stuff with our good buddy Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan. You can catch him on the Sports Bar 3 to 6 every weekday. But before we get there, we have to plug on what we do.
What do we do?
Well, that would be Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or ask if they're listening to another local morning show in their headphones.
There's a lot of good ones out there. I'm telling you, man.
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of...
Pat Duffy, I want to be somebody's work husband, but I'm just so fugly. Nobody wants me to be their work husband, so I'm just going to have to sit here with Tommy all day. I'm your work wife.
Why can't we be
That's
work
true.
husbands together?
No, I'm your work wife.
It's weird
Based
how
on the
you
way I
want
dress.
to be the
Yeah, like I
Based on
go,
the way I dress.
we can
He
be
was saying
husbands.
you could both be
We can
husbands
be
and-
husbands, and you're like, no, I would like to be the wife, please. We take all your bitch voices. You're the wife, though.
You said it yourself.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
We take all your bitch voices, whether they make any logical sense or not. We run it back. We call Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I couldn't find anything to eat for breakfast. I had to eat string cheese because I'm a baby little string cheesy little bitch.
It was delicious. What happened? I was telling you my identity was taken from you and I don't know how to handle it because
I'm
Pat
ruined.
Duffy looks way better than I do today because I'm a sad ass, look like I'm hanging out in the garage with Tim Allen kind of bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I grew up so poor we had to shove all our meatballs in our mouth at one time because my brother would steal them away from me, and so was my daddy because I was just a meatball shoving little bitch.
Pretty
Okay,
badass.
they still make ceramic inserts for the crock pot. We just
Yeah.
bought one last year.
Ooh!
$25. I stepped up for the premium.
I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to take my little mini helmet down to Bill's gift so I can meet Josh on my helmet so I can become a millionaire and sell it online like you because I'm an autograph-hounded little bitch.
Please tell me I can't drive through the rain because I'm a little scared because I hydroplaned.
Southern rain, man.
Southern rain,
Rain.
gonna wreck your car. I'm here to drink, and I have broad shoulders, so I don't need your elbow in my ribs while you're cutting your fish fry.
So you have my little craft beer over here by myself. I don't want to hear you eating.
No, see,
I'm
here's the
just a
thing.
sippy little bitch. Sipping on my craft beer, bitch.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Live from Buffalo Bills training camp on the other half of the mountain. Only a couple of days left.
Oh, boy.
You can catch him every weekday, 3 to 6 on the Sports Bar, 95.7 The Fan. Please welcome number 90-something. Your programs. No, it doesn't really work. Mike Danger, how are you, buddy? Good to see you.
Hey, thanks for having me on again, guys. How are you?
Oh, great. All right, Danger. So first question, can you play safety?
I could try.
Okay.
But again, you've got moves being made here at training camp. So, you one guy goes down, next man up, as they say.
All right, so let's catch.
That's Pat's motto every Saturday night.
I don't know why you're getting mad at me. Again, we could have been co-husbands and you insisted on being my wife.
Oh, hey, Danger, you're welcome, by the way.
What am I thanking you for?
That little gift that showed up at your house?
What gift?
Spazano stole it. He absolutely stole it. Spazano stole
Then
it.
confirmed.
It's been stolen.
Yes.
We'll catch you up later.
Okay.
So Danger.
Yeah.
So for those, since the last time we talked, for those who don't know, there was an injury in the defensive backfield at safety, so the Bills had to sign a veteran safety just in case. Then the day we talked about that, and you were like, guys, I didn't jinx anybody. Injuries happen. The other safety, third-round pick, Cole Bishop from Utah, he hurt himself. The Bills then had to sign another veteran safety. The word is Cole Bishop, Tommy, the rookie, is now week to week with a shoulder, which is not great, but it could have been a lot worse. But Danger. Before the season even starts, we're down 2 safeties, and it's a position that seems to get hurt an awful lot in McDermott's defense. I don't know if this is insane to ask, but we assume that the injuries that Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer had the last couple of years was due to age. Is it possible that the position in this defense is more apt to get injured for some reason?
I don't know if I would say that. I do think it's a demanding position, and I think you get thrown around a lot. I mean, for all the talk of the injuries, we don't talk a lot about Damar Hamlin and his role in this defense and what it was before he had his cardiac event. And Damar Hamlin doesn't have any restrictions anymore. He's back. He's a football player, and he's looked good with the opportunities he's had. But to your point, Pat, the idea that position is what it is. Damar Hamlin, when he was on the field that season, the 2022 season, there were times where he just got thrown around quite a bit because you have to have a certain build. I think both Poyer and Hyde had that build, and they were able to kind of stay on the field a little bit more regularly than what we've seen so far here out of Bishop and Edwards at training camp. And it's a tough blow especially for a guy like Bishop, who is looking to learn this defense, get as many reps as he can, get out on the field and contribute. You've got Taylor Rapp, you've got Damar Hamlin. And what we learned from Brandon Beane when we spoke to him earlier this week is Kareem Jackson, the veteran who they signed earlier this week, is somebody that they've had their eyes on for a while. Somebody that they wanted to bring in as recently as last season. They just weren't able to make it all work out with the team with Houston, with Denver. So it's somebody that Brandon Beane has had his eyes on for a while. Maybe he comes in and he contributes right away. We'll kind of keep tabs on that and see how the safety position looks moving forward.
Look, I mean, I get what you're saying. It's just, Tommy, you know, like Bills fans are afraid of ghosts, like the ghosts of the past, things that
Here we go again.
seem to keep showing up over and over again. For years, it was we couldn't find a quarterback. Then for years, it was, oh my God, what's wrong with the special team situations, right? Those keep. I mean, Danger, you bring up Damar Hamlin getting thrown around. Those other guys where they were more sturdy, and he's got no. But the reason Damar Hamlin had that unfortunate evening in Cincinnati was because he was in for an injured Jordan Poyer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was Micah Hyde that season too.
Yes.
And I know that we bring up Micah Hyde, and we've spent a lot of time talking about the idea that Micah Hyde is officially still active. He's not retired. He can join any team he wants to as a free agent. And there's been a lot of talk through the offseason of what his plans could be and whether or not Micah Hyde is somebody that you would see back here at Buffalo Bills training camp. And I think the reason why you haven't seen the call to Micah Hyde is because Micah Hyde doesn't want to be at Buffalo Bills training camp. He's a veteran guy. He's got a young family. He's dealt with injuries the last few years of his career. So I think if there were a chance for us to see the return of Micah Hyde, it would make more sense for it to be at some point later on in the season if you still have this attrition at the position. Otherwise, I think the Bills are going to be okay. I mean, Damar Hamlin has a lot of experience here, and they really like Taylor Rapp. He's been the constant, and he's been out there with the first team the entirety of camp. So I think what you have in Rapp and Hamlin, if that is your week one, which remains to be seen, I think you'd be okay with that.
Mike Danger, 95.7 The Fan. You can catch him every weekday 3 to 6 on the Sports Bar. All right, Tommy, I know when we talk safeties, you get bored.
No, I was really digging it.
Shut up.
Micah Hyde.
He just named the last name that he heard is what he did.
Taylor Rapper.
Taylor Rapp.
When I see him.
Okay, let's talk quarterback.
Let's do it.
Because, I mean, Josh Allen, look, there's nothing you're going to see on a day-to-day basis with Josh Allen where you're going to be like, well, what's that? But Josh Allen was in the news last night. Tommy, the NFL now does this thing called the NFL 100, where they have players and media rank the best NFL players from 100 all the way down to 1. And tonight, or coming up, the next episode will be the top 10, and we assume that we would see Josh Allen in an episode. We're not gonna, because he's already out.
You don't have to wait.
He was placed 12th, the 12th best player in the NFL.
Really?
Danger, you're going to tell me there are 11 players in the NFL better than Josh Allen right now?
Well, I think if you view it through the lens of players, you could make a case. In terms of quarterbacks, you're having a different conversation, right? And I think with Josh Allen, what you have is somebody that can make all the throws, somebody that does make plays with his legs, and somebody that hasn't won the big one yet, right? Like if he makes it to the championship game more than just once, I think we're having a different conversation about Josh Allen. If Josh Allen's in a Super Bowl, we're holding him in higher air than, say, a Joe Burrow. You know what I'm saying? So I think we all see what Josh Allen is, and I think the Bills recognize how fortunate they are to have their franchise quarterback while other teams scramble to find theirs. I don't really have a problem with where they put him.
I hate you.
Yeah, but how many quarterbacks are above him?
2. It's going to be Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson are the only 2 quarterbacks left that could be above him. But I'm sorry, you were saying, Danger? I was telling you I hate you and everything you stand for.
No, I was done. I made my point, and I think those 2 quarterbacks, why they're in the top 10. Lamar Jackson has multiple MVPs.
What does MVP mean? What does that even
Patrick
mean?
Mahomes.
Well, Patrick Mahomes, that's a given. I get
a
it.
poll over a list that's voted on by players, by other players, right? So other players see the MVP award as something prestigious, something that you should, strive for. Getting to the Super Bowl, winning the Super Bowl, those are obviously things that Josh Allen hasn't quite done yet in his career.
Okay, so let's talk about players ahead of Josh Allen. We know of one player ahead of Josh Allen because they had to give us 11 at the end of the episode last night, right?
Right.
So, I mean, Tommy, you would think that is an NFL superstar, somebody that you would
A name.
value over Josh Allen. Middle linebacker Fred Warner for the San Francisco 49ers. Now, I know you don't know who that is.
No.
Okay. Look, nice player. Really nice player. Would love to have him in Buffalo. You take him over Josh Allen? Josh freaking Allen?
Dude, you're not comparing apples to apples here. I mean, like, Fred Warner's really, really good at his job.
I get it, yes. I'm not saying he's
It's
not.
about being the best at your position in this case, right?
Well, no, because Josh Allen is the third best in his position, and I
Yeah,
would
but
make
that-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
But I guess then you're ranking like which position would be more important than another. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all opinion.
And the NFL loves this, by the way. I mean, this is exactly why they do it. They want us talking about where your favorite player ranks, and it's not clickbait, but it's clickbait. You know what it is, Pat.
I'm still mad. No, don't try and talk sense
Pat,
into me
you
right now.
dumb.
No, I'm not. I am dumb.
Dumb
man.
could
No,
be
this
bad.
is dumb. You don't even say words anymore. The man infuriating everybody, Mike Danger, 95.7 The Fan. You can catch him every single day on the Sports Bar, weekdays, 3 to 6. All right, so Dange, tonight everything kicks off, and I know you're super excited because your hometown Chicago Bears are taking on the Houston Texans. You're going to watch
Yeah.
the Hall of Fame game tonight.
Of course I'm going to watch the Hall of Fame. I got to watch Tyson Bagent, the workout hero. This guy was speaking to media earlier this week, and he was asked if he was nervous about competition being brought in to back up Caleb Williams, the first overall pick in the draft. And he said, I can't really worry about that. I'm more worried about doing, epic workouts and things that are impossible for other people to do, like, burpee miles. And he explained what a burpee mile is. Do you know what a burpee mile is, Pat? And you're in good shape. I know you can probably rattle one off here right when you get off the air.
Would a burpee mile be 10 burpees every quarter mile? Is that a burpee mile?
A burpee mile is you do a burpee, a broad jump, a burpee, a broad jump, and you do that for a mile.
F that crap. Are you kidding me?
And that's what he does, and that's what he did.
Yikes.
And he got a little bit of play last year as the Bears' backup quarterback and started a couple of games. His dad is an arm wrestler and owns a CrossFit gym, so he's a psycho when it comes
Sounds like
to
a
his
fun
workouts. But he can't. Yeah, but he can't throw a football. So yeah, I'm excited to watch a quarterback who can't throw a football against Houston tonight. In the Hall of Fame game. It'll be fun.
Well, the exciting news, though, I mean, for a guy like you and for Bills fans that will be watching or going to the Bills' first preseason game a week from Saturday, you would assume, because Caleb Williams' first overall pick is not playing tonight in the Hall of Fame game, that he will get playing time in Buffalo. So
next week.
Yeah, your first glimpse of this first overall pick in Danger, your hopefully franchise quarterback, will be against the Buffalo Bills.
That's right. Coming up a week from Sunday. And I think there is something to look forward to in tonight's game beside watching backups play on an exhibition game is the kickoff rule. The new kickoff is going to be the thing that's going to be kind of like jarring. You're gonna see it for the first time and be like, what exactly is going on here? What are they doing? And it'll be interesting to see how teams adjust to that new rule.
Okay,
kicking the ball now?
Okay, you didn't see anything about this in the offseason.
I think there are a lot of people confused about this.
No, I get being confused.
Yeah.
I don't know how he doesn't know this is a thing.
I mean, maybe I saw it and forgot about it. I didn't write down kickoff rule.
Okay, I'm not even going to try and explain to you what they're doing because...
because
no.
I'm so dumb.
Well, yes.
And it's so above me.
No, well, yes. I mean, it's not above
Kicking a
anybody else.
football,
It's pretty
man.
simple what they're doing. No, I'm not going to try. You're just going to have to watch tonight to
I'm
understand.
not going to watch tonight,
So then
man.
you're going to keep being confused because there's no way that Danger or me or Kimmy can explain to you
Do you
what they're
like it?
changing. I think it's interesting.
I like
good.
how major sports broadcasters can't explain it to me.
No,
Well, you
it can
don't-
be
you don't
explained to
wa-
anybody
You're going to
else.
get bored. I know you. You're going to tune out
Exactly.
a sentence.
No,
in.
I'm going to pay attention.
Okay, you
man.
ready? You ready
Yeah.
for this? You ready?
Yeah.
All right. No, I can't. No, it's impossible. I can't do it. I'm looking at your stupid face. He's already out, Danger. He's already out.
No, you can't
I
even
will
do
show
it.
you a picture of what it's going to
Oh,
look
show
like.
you some picture, Tommy. You can
Yeah.
do picture.
Look, you look at picture. Picture tell you things good.
Draw
Danger.
draw the play out with crayons. Get the Crayola box out.
Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan. All right, Danger, who you guys got on the sports bar today, this afternoon?
We're talking to Bills defender Cam Lewis today in the sports bar, and the host of the Locked On Bills podcast, Joe Marino, will also be stopping by this afternoon.
You know why you call him defender?
Because he's everything. He's a Swiss Army knife. He's
That's
a
it.
corner.
Oh.
He's a
So
safety.
he can open up
He's
wine.
a special teamer. He's everything.
And he can trim my nails. That's a guy.
Danger. Always a pleasure, buddy. We'll talk to you next week because the Bills they have the return of the red and blue or white or whatever color at the stadium tomorrow night.
What color helmet is Josh wearing tomorrow, Pat?
So he's done blue. He's done red. I mean, what's left?
I know.
Zubas.
Oh!
Is that a thing?
Oh!
Never seen such a thing.
helmet.
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
That'd be pretty
It'd be so cool.
This is why I won't explain the kickoff rule because you're a dick. That's why. Danger, we'll talk to you next week, buddy. Thanks.
See ya.
Come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF. That's going to be a wrapperoo.
The old Thursday wrapperoo.
I'm not dumb, the old.
I had to think about it.
Oh, I lost you guys back there. Oh, you still there?
You know how it is.
Yes, for a Thursday, the break room on CMF. That makes tomorrow a Friday. You know what that means?
Gonna get a little creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock and a whole bunch more fun stuff. But you can keep winning all day. I mean, you're winning listening to every second of the break room.
I kid you not.
But how about a share of $100,000?
$100,000.
Download the free Odyssey app right now. Then you log in, listen to WCMF on the app. 1 hour each weekday. That is your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000. In this national contest. Good luck from your friends here in the break room at CMF. Oh, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, tonight, it's going to be a beautiful night. Is it the office night at Innovative Field for the Red Wings? I think it is.
So what does that mean? Oh, is that guy one of the office people coming?
As they call themselves, the office people. Here come the office people.
Who they got?
David Koechner, he played Todd Packer on
he was
The
a big
Office.
jerk.
Yeah,
he was very funny.
Yes, and he was also, champ in...
Yeah, he's been in a few things.
movies, yeah.
Champ in a few movies.
Yeah, champ in a few movies.
What was that movie with
Anchorman.
Thank you, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so you can go see him tonight. It sounds like at Frontier Field if there are any tickets still available. Those office nights are always huge.
Yeah, draws a big office fan crowd.
Well, why are you talking
That would be you. Big office fan crowd of office
Shut
stuff.
up. You did this. You
What
did
made
this with
you dumb?
with your stupid mouth. Yes.
To go catch your bet.
We got to get out of the way.
Probably left out of boredom.
For Kimmy, who may still have a bat in her house when she gets home this
think it's still
afternoon. For Tommy Muley, who is the bat in his house every afternoon. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Damn it! Tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.